It is truly an unfortunate thing when you can't help but listen to a well-known piece of VGM and wonder to yourself if it's the sort of thing that has been put into the databanks of fucking automatically scanning copyright ID robots, and so it's enough to nag at the back of your mind at any rate. It is a very non-ideal state of affairs, but it's still the kind of thing that I can't help but think about every so often, even if I do technically make a note of whenever that happens so I can avoid any unfortunate occurrences in the future. Oh yeah, then there's stuff like this where it's largely, if not, well, no, definitely largely, definitely not exclusively composed of a sample that comes from a very widely used sample library, this sample in particular being quite prolific in and of itself. But I suppose if I was so worried about such a state of affairs, the best thing to do would probably be to move things along so that I don't have to keep that thought at the forefront of my mind. Probably a good idea. So, yes, hello to whosoever may find his or her way into an occasion such as this. As soon as I said A, I was desperately trying to figure out a word that did not begin with a vowel so that I didn't have to go back and correct myself. But in that very limited window of time, I could not quite come up with anything like that. And I'm pretty sure that also forced another very transitory thought that had come into my mind a little bit earlier, related to something that I had just said. Just kind of shoved it out of there, but that's probably for the better. Anyway, if none of this makes sense, what you're hearing, and that is perfectly fine. I assure you it is by design, anyway. But perhaps something similar may be said about the next thing that you may be about to witness, something that I had been meaning to bring to here for quite some time, but which I never quite figured a reliable way. I can't even say ideal because I feel like that's not even within the question for this particular thing, but let's say reliable enough. Reliable enough that I don't even have a complete assurance that the thing that I'm going to be using to bring it to you will even have the same level of reliability as I had been hoping to get out of it, but I will turn to it nonetheless. Oh, just in time. Something has shifted, and I will attempt to get things started up here on the side. Hopefully in such a way that I can both get this thing visible and not have it trap my input. Probably a good idea. That is, I mean, if you've looked at the category of the stream, or if you've looked at any of the links that probably brought you here in the first place, it's probably already figured out what it is that I am trying to make visible, which probably will hopefully happen within a minute. That being Deadly Premonition, which has a PC version. It originally came out on the Xbox 360, if I'm not mistaken, and then had a few re-releases elsewhere, including the PlayStation 3 and PC, and somewhat surprisingly recently the Nintendo Switch as well. And I'm pretty sure something that is pretty much known. Okay, here we go. Throughout all these versions is that this may not be the most technically stable game that has ever come out. But I feel that a pretty wide consensus is that the PC version is the one that feels the effect of this this circumstance hardest, owing to a number of things, even though, surprisingly enough, also spoiling whatever I decide to play whenever we come back to that playlist at some point. Perhaps in a few hours, perhaps a little bit sooner, who knows. By the way, there's apparently motion sensor stuff, but I don't think that'll come to play at all. In the course of this particular run through that I am intending to do now, but a couple of issues that are kind of very notorious with the PC version is that it has a memory leak. Even though it has like a fan-made patch kind of thing, it doesn't really fix too many of the most grievous issues, which is unfortunate, but it has a memory leak thing, which basically guarantees that it will crash after a certain span of time of it running, which is very unfortunate. And there is also an issue that occurs with the aiming in that game, and honestly it's a pretty consistent mystery what causes it. But it basically makes it so that you can only aim like within a very limited window in the center of your vision whenever you go to the first person aiming mode, which can be largely ignored or worked around for certain parts of the game, but there are other parts of the game, including literally the final boss, where it can be a problem. So that is not what we will be looking at today, as you may have perhaps been able to discern by being a bit more observant with the initial screen
here, boys.
of this particular version.
Hurry up, you're too slow.
It's not the PC version, rather it is... well, it is running on a PC, but it is in fact a PS3 version. It's all technical mumbo-jumbo, don't worry too much about it. I feel that the fact that I probably won't have to talk too much about these issues once we actually get into the game is definitely a testament to... well, hopefully, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but if we manage to get through the majority of the game without any major issues like that, then it will be a testament to the likelihood that I ended up making the right choices in selecting the correct version to bring to here. But there's no need to continue to just talk about that. We have the vocal version of one of the game's themes to help us color this little opening sequence here. Oh goodness. Also, hey Chokokegi, stem Twitch heads. I know, right? And also the rather laughable circumstance recently where YouTube decided to put in that screen that's like, hey, you're not allowed to use ad blockers, naughty naughty. And yet it's kind of an implicit defeatist kind of remark, given that even though they can just wag their finger at you like that, they still can't really do anything about that. But hey, better not draw too much attention to that. They may take away your revenue dollars if you have any. I don't have any on YouTube, at least. Good thing I use NeoPipe, yeah. Always a good idea to get a sort of second opinion. Just that it is a good thing that the rendering for certain things in this scene is very selective. What is Deadly Premonition? The director's cut specifically. It's actually quite handy that we're being shown all this, because technically this is all stuff that happens before we actually begin the game. I'm pretty sure that by virtue of it being the director's cut, we will be seeing a few things which I'm fairly sure are absent from other versions. Now, like I mentioned, this game did come out, I believe it was in 2010 initially on the Xbox 360. That was like the quote-unquote regular version. And that's also not counting, you know, the original Japanese release, which was called Red Seed's Profile. There is at least one aspect that I'm pretty sure is entirely new to the director's cut. That we'll see once the game actually starts, but for now we're just getting a few more glimpses into this world before we actually begin anything. You know, I suppose this song is quite easy to recognize, even if it didn't really stand out to me a whole lot from the one playthrough that I did of this. I guess if I wanted to feel a little more quote-unquote dead air of me not talking, I could briefly mention that at least. Before I abandon that thought completely, though, let me... Okay, the song is called Underground, that's what I was trying to remember. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the PC version. I already mentioned the troubles with it. And how we're not playing that one for mainly those two reasons. The trouble with the memory leak and the crashing, and also the aiming problem, even though I guess I somehow managed to stave off the aiming problem during one previous run that I did of it. Definitely still run into quite a few crashes. Like it can be kind of difficult just to get it to run, but well, we're gonna be getting into the game in just a moment. But no, I did manage to get the PC version to run and actually managed to finish like the vanilla game at least, even if I never did any chapter replays of that. And I guess when that happened, I must have done something to stave off the aiming bug, because I don't remember having much trouble with the final boss or anything like that. But maybe I'm just blocking that out. But no, like I mentioned, this is not that version. It is instead a different version where we can hit square to check out the add-on setup. We got Greenvale Real Estate, we got York Suits, we got the car, the Green Drifter, and we got Emily. We can, well, at least for these three, we can get like different skins for them, which some are completely aesthetic and others have like actual effects. And then there's Greenvale Real Estate, which it says unlocks ability to a one possible house, but as far as I'm aware, just having it means that you just have the house as soon as the game starts, which we could load a game, which is definitely a possibility, but now we're not doing that. But something a bit unfortunate too about this game is that kind of aggravating its buggy nature is that it only supports one save file, so if you want to have like multiple saves or profiles or what have you, you need to get creative with how you handle that data by yourself. But right now, yeah, the volume might be a little bit funky throughout this whole thing. That's an unfortunate artifact of how it's being handled by the version I'm playing, but that's just fine. It's just gonna be considerably quieter than what we were listening to before, I believe. But this particular little framing device scene, I'm pretty sure is exclusive to the director's cut.
How about a special one? This story is very strange and very nasty, but somewhat nostalgic. Do you think you can be a good girl and listen all the way to the end?
Is it a scary story?
It might be, but it's also a very important story. If you don't want to hear it, I can tell you a different story.
No, I want to hear it. This way, I won't be scared.
turn on the TV then. Leave the sound down like always.
Also, the soundtrack is like mixing BGM a little bit for this scene. That's a little strange.
It is important.
You had like two songs layered over each other.
We must purge things from this world because they should not exist. Even if it means losing someone that you love.
It's hardly for no, definitely for the last few seconds of that scene we had like Green Veil without lyrics and also you know, this on Underground layered over each other for some reason. And now it's gonna be considerably louder, as you can tell, because the mixing is just weird. I think it's like, oh well, I missed a little prompt, but it's basically just telling you how to move around, I'm pretty sure. You have these two children with slightly glowing wing auras.
Just a little longer.
This won't take long.
Well, I hope so. I was kind of hoping that that would make them quiet down a little bit. That's okay. Let's go ahead and grab the Francis York Morgan card. We've got quite a few of these special collection things ahead of us, which will definitely be looked out for in this particular run. You can act with X, observe a triangle. There's a Hayburn. Don't shave like a fat man. At a plate on it which reads Washington State. You can sort of kind of zoom in on that a little bit. Indiana, Nebraska, Washington. Well, one of them says Washington State, the other ones say different things. West Virginia, and they all have like different outfits on. Also, the strange clock ticking away, though the room itself makes you feel as if time has stopped. There's a door, which is locked, and there's the TV here, so I'm pretty sure that if this was the initial release of the game, I would have just started up in this scene instead of seeing that little framing device cutscene earlier. Let's check out the TV, a wide screen, and with that...
Sorry to keep you waiting. It will start soon.
It's about time to get started.
Started. Well, we should get started. I think we've waited long enough.
Zach. Zach, can you hear me? It's me, York. If you can hear my voice, could you respond?
Well, we better answer, but this just made me remember that there's a certain...
What's the matter?
something I want to do while I'm doing this playthrough, and that is sort of keep a log of the...
Say something.
Guess I better have a separate thing for this, actually.
What's the matter? Zach, can you hear me? If you can hear me, say something.
Log of all the music that plays in the game.
Zach,
I don't know if I finished saying that just a moment ago, but I say this because it will come in handy to me, at least later, and there's some pieces that I don't particularly recognize, such as the one that he's playing right now. Let me try to account for that. Hold on.
if you can hear me, say something.
There. Thankfully, York is very patient. He will just keep asking that.
If you can hear me, say something.
believe now we can respond. Yes, we can hear him.
Say something.
Thank you for being so patient, York. It's time for us to say something back.
Good. I thought you went to sleep. Zach, don't be surprised. The crime took place out in the country this time. Let's take it slow. Okay, Zach?
We can take it slow, but we should proceed at a reasonable pace. Perhaps not only to solve the crime, but also to
Sure, that's one way of looking at it.
seek that which we want.
Listen, they both need each other. It's called interdependency, and they both know it. Yeah, I know. He does terrible things to Tom. Nasty, even sadistic things. But that's fine, as long as that's what Tom wants. Think about it. His actions. He's always asking for it. It's his partner's job to fulfill that need, and Jerry knows that. Proof? Well, in the Tom and Jerry show, they live with each other. Hello? Hello?
Zach, I can't believe the Bureau still can't get me a satellite phone.
These puppies are making me go to another town in the boondocks again.
Well, I'll be a happy camper, even if it ends up being a waste of time. At the very least, it'll get me out of the cramped city for a while. Right, Zach? The perpetrator from the last case really was something. Who'd have thought there'd be razors laced into her nails? Crazy. Just crazy. Well, at least I now have a scar to show off. See this? I got this when I arrested the Catwoman wannabe. Women. They're crazy. Don't you agree, Zach?
You know, it didn't even register at first, but it looks like birds or squirrels doing monkey noises. Interesting way to present that, but oh boy.
Zach, there goes the civilized world.
Well, you can tell that you've left the civilized world behind when you got barking jump scares. It's not quite the same. Alright, let's go ahead and save. I have to overwrite the previous data because, as I've mentioned, this thing only supports one save, no mention, no matter which version you're playing. But here we are York, and we are walking around. We've got mission knife and a 9mm handgun FBI custom with unlimited ammo. And if we look around, I'm sure we can find a few more things like a steel pipe. So we can send it to the toolbox, which is, well, if you played Resident Evil, you kind of probably already know how that works. It's your thing. There's our car, just unfortunately flipped over. Suppose we better stick to using our unlimited weapon to try and clear away some of this junk in our way. Perhaps I can come over here and find a first aid kit, small. Just tucked away in a corner here. Hopefully not burned away by these flames, which persist in spite of the rain. Seems like that would be rather unlikely if the flames are not particularly large. Just fleeting is a possibility. I feel like that would be enough to assume that any fire that would have occurred in this area is not natural. So who could be here in the path? Well, let's start profiling.
Looks like we're being welcomed. Zach, I'll let you handle the meet and greet.
Oh, I'll bet. Oh gosh, and this is where things are a little bit complicated because I'm pretty sure what we're hearing right now, the sort of ambience that's surrounding us, that's technically something that exists and has a title within the what I would call the soundtrack of this game, and the same applies for that little like rapid fire shutter sound series that we heard when we began profiling just now. I don't know if I'll make a note of every single one of those things, so probably not really worth it. Oh goodness, I was not expecting there to be an explosive right next to me though. When I popped that one, that was actually a reasonable distance away. But hey, that's how you get more agent honors, I guess. Just blow shit up. It is basic US agent protocol, you see. Even if there are no explosives inside, you can still use ballistic force to clear away all sorts of stuff that's in your way, and yeah, I know you might also be figuring out a potential explanation for some of the discrepancies in the audio levels, at least between the cutscene that we saw before, some of the cutscenes that we saw before, and what we're hearing now, and that is that for some reason the pitch of the audio for the cutscenes goes off the audio for sound effects, specifically if you go into the menu, which we can. This is what the menu looks like, by the way. I believe I probably saved some of the settings that I did for this earlier, which is, yeah, sound, ESV volume. I guess we'll raise that up a little bit more, put it at 24. But you will notice that some of the sound effects are extremely loud when you're doing like in-engine scenes. And yet that if you try to lower that down so that they are a reasonable level instead, that results in the FMV pre-rendered cutscenes being really quiet. So a non-ideal situation, but it's definitely preferable to something that's actually gonna affect gameplay like the stuff that I mentioned before. And I like to think that it adds to the very janky kind of identity charm that this game has. Yeah, 24 is not that different from the way I had it before, so I think we'll probably opt for this for the time being. And watch me bust every fence and breakable obstacle in the way as I search for agent honors. We do need money to accomplish quite a few things in this game. The main way we're going to be getting that for the time being, at least, is to get as many of those as possible. There will be other avenues for us to feed our consumerism later, but for now, it's going to have to be the one. It does seem rather unfortunate, though, when I don't actually find anything in spite of all our efforts. Oh well. This will make it much easier, at least you only need one shot to get those out of the way. And what do you know? They were all hiding over here. I am now $20 richer, and that mysterious individual came into this place, but we can also find one of these red ones here, which is worth $30. And another wall that'll just give you a brief dialogue box scene and then turn you around. We don't need to indulge that. Why would we when we can probably find something more exciting here in the mysterious forest shack? Which is a can of pickles and also some spilled pasta sauce next to this generator. The EAY 8000. Also, yes, we're gonna be compiling lots of shaders, don't worry about it. Looks like we're not alone here after all. I'm sure she just wants to say hello. Oh boy. Can't believe that the second game that we're playing this month also has spooky enemies that have empty, dead eyes. Oh yeah, there's also a lock-on thing, but it's really not worth using. And it's pretty sure that even though, also yeah, the voice is gonna be very, very loud, as you may have already discerned, but that's okay, all we need to do. That just means that we have to kill these guys faster whenever we see them. Also, hey, Keys Army. Long time no see. How's it going? I grab another bandage. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the lock-on thing, which I had forgotten about, but like it's really not very clear why the stupid aiming bug happens on the PC version, but I think the foremost theories are that it's somehow tied to like the resolution, the actual internal resolution not matching the
I've been through a lot of crazy situations,
resolution.
That one takes the cake.
It's the first time I've been attacked so directly. Zach, can you give me a logical explanation about what that was?
I don't know if I can, but I'm just waiting for a...
Never mind, don't answer. Life is fun because of the mysteries. Right, Zach?
Because of the mysteries. Well, speaking of mysteries, the other thing that may or may not be the cause of the aiming bug on the PC version is the lockout mode somehow fucking with the ability to actually aim beyond the edges of what that allows you to do. By the way, we do have a hunger and sleep meter, but we don't need to worry too much about that now since we just began. Could be better about doing okay. How about you? Well, that's unfortunate, but I'm getting by, trying a bunch of different things right now. Which largely results in me not being able to reliably stream as much as I would want to, but I do have the opportunity to do this today, so that's nice. Also, here comes another friend. Let's just wait patiently for her to be right next to the explodey thing so that we can... Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say, thank you. I appreciate your help. How very thoughtful, right. Okay, ironically, I'm pretty sure that something else that I noticed while I was testing this was that the voice audio renders a lot louder in like outdoor or combat sections compared to how it renders in other like indoor dialogue scenes. which are not like this, but oh well. Like I said, probably best to just think about it as a quirk of this game's very distinctive jank. Another one of the things that gives it personality. Let's just... okay, finally. I got something for my frantic shooting at wood. Is there... okay, there's a guy that's gonna come out of the ground here. Well, maybe not a guy. It's a little hard to tell. But who knows? The important thing is that the only scratch we've gotten so far, that's because of my own incompetence rather than anything these things have done. You know, typically you wouldn't be hearing their bizarre wails in such crisp detail, but call that a unique experience as well. One that helps you notice that sometimes it is kind of a Frankenstein certain phrases together that sometimes end up making more sense than they have any business doing, and I'm pretty sure that can't even be chalked up to a conscious design decision. Just because of how it actually comes about. Oh, this one dropped another first aid kit. At least they have us covered in case we actually do end up in trouble, which probably won't really happen in any kind of consequential fashion, but I recall there's supposed to be like difficulty settings, even though I don't think I even saw that in the options menu that I was glancing at before. Is there anything like that? Display setting, group production. What does display setting even do in this version? This is this is supposed to be the console thing, so won't have any technicalities anyway. 3D depth distortion. I don't need to mess with this right now. Yeah, there's not a difficulty setting here, so I don't know, maybe that's like a post-game thing that I've just forgotten about, and I'm pretty sure we didn't actually change anything there. But it just shows that option every time we get out of the options menu regardless, I'm pretty sure. Oh shit. One of those things, one of those partially destroyed fences with very large gaps that they leave exposed are still gonna be enough to prevent me from shooting the thing that's directly behind it. Well, we could check this out, and I guess we will. We got the generator, which looks in a really bad state. I think the killer really had a grudge against it. Question mark. Even though that is more of a statement, but oh, we're just gonna echo that. As we get the machine broken by an axe. Even though we can continue our profiling, which, you know, includes things that we won't be seeing for quite a while from now. Somehow able to bring that into our web of deductions here, but it looks like the fuse box was left intact, so I'll be taking that with us. There's a toolbox, but given how few things we've collected so far, I don't think we'll be needing to mess with that right now. We will be needing to mess with this lock on the door here, though. Thankfully, they're fragile enough that just one pop will do it. I'll say. And here's another one of the generators, which, wouldn't you know, it is missing exactly what we took from the other one. Won't work without a fuse, but whoever wrecked the other one left a fuse there, so it's obviously somebody who doesn't know how to do things right. Power in the area should be much more stable now, even though that's a very ambiguous definition that we're left to imagine encompasses the area. Well, it would be easier for me to not kill if you didn't, stand up straight so that your head was always visible above that fence, which otherwise would have shielded you, but hey, if you want to leave yourself exposed like that, that's your business. I thought we were out of the woods yet. This kind of structure does kind of beg the question, why would you build a fence like this, going through a path in the woods where you can presumably just kind of walk around it? It's not like a very vast structure or anything, it's not like the rabbit-proof fence or anything like that. You don't have to travel several kilometers to get from one end of it to the other, so... What is it really gonna do to prevent someone who's sufficiently motivated to just flank it? Also, I'm pretty sure there's a few things around here which will just spawn these things infinitely, so... Ooh. I will consider my efforts to destroy things and get more things from the things that I destroy. Even though it may be a losing battle. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop to destroy each and every one of these fences, but I will collect this very plainly presented to me Agent Honor. I will also blow up this, so I'll be grabbing that. I still have room for that. I think you can carry a bunch of these things. I'm trying to remember, or was trying to remember. You can carry a good deal of the basic first aid kits, but as you get better versions, your carry limit for them becomes smaller. Oh boy, it's a quick time event. How did you know it? And also sort of, that little sound effect that says that you revealed something important, even though I guess the main thing that you reveal in that is the notion that you're not going to be horribly murdered by that guy. A mysterious figure who ostensibly caused us to crash our car earlier. Let's just swerve it off the road.
Huh?
As we find ourselves surrounded by the red weeds from War of the Worlds. Well, I suppose we did enough of a profiling that we're just gonna move on from that now. This red ivy.
There's definitely something in this town. Do you feel it, Zach? My coffee warned me about it.
Yesterday morning, the milk I poured in my coffee made a sign. It said, "Tomorrow you'll arrive in a place that will change your fate."
Well, you're talking about the town as if we were to the town yet, but technically haven't even gotten there quite yet. We can report to headquarters, and I suppose we will. We're not even being told that we have to pay to use the public payphone. So there we go. Another save acquired as we watch the green veil sign, and we're being told to go that way, so let's oblige. It's not like we've had much more to find by heading in the opposite direction. But also go near all these signs that are in alternating sides of the road for some reason. Greenvale Nature Preserve, Lake County Forest Preserves. And collect a few more of these agent honors. which are sometimes located near these sites, but not every time. Let's see, it might be time for me to take a rest, or not take a rest, but take a stealthy approach to my little music notation project for this game. As we're about to get to our destination here.
Now you were very late. I didn't think you'd keep me waiting in the rain for so long.
FBI Special Agent, Francis York Morgan. Please, just call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Agent York?
Good, that's good. Are you the sheriff?
No, I'm Deputy Sheriff Emily Wyatt. George, he's the sheriff. He went looking for you, actually. He should be back soon.
I see.
If you don't mind me asking, did you walk all the way here?
My car broke down, that's all. She's easy on the eyes. Definitely worth a trip to the primitive world.
By the way, don't mention anything about what happened back there. She'll think you're a psycho. Don't want that, do we, Zach?
Welcome to Greenvale. I'm the sheriff, George Woodman. Call me George.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, just call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Could you tell me why the FBI is so interested in a small-town homicide?
Let's just say it's a personal interest in killers of young women. I'm always looking for new sample cases to help me with my profiling.
Both our superiors have cleared this with each other. You can remain in command. You don't have a problem with this, do you?
No. No problem. Just want to set things straight. Our small town has its share of problems. I'm the one fixing them one by one and maintaining peace and order. You can have your profiling sample, but I need you to understand that.
Of course. Of course. By the way, George, I had a little accident with my car. Could you send someone to take care of it? Oh, and my clothes and luggage are still inside.
All right. Don't worry. I'll get my assistant Thomas to take care of it. Do you need anything else?
Thanks. That'll be all. Well then, I think I'll rest up first at the hotel. Then I'll join you on your investigation.
Don't know how to say that. We really don't need your help. Unlike some of your corrupt city police officers, I play it by the book. I hope you'll come to appreciate that, Agent Morgan. And we'll handle the investigation. You just think of this as a vacation. Take it easy. Enjoy the nature here. You don't have to be a tree worshiper to appreciate the wildlife here.
Zach, let's reassess the situation. There are no cavemen here. We're as far forward as the Middle Ages. And we've just met the king.
As we drive off into the horizon. "25 enemies defeated, now continues." I guess it does keep track of our continues. I was actually wondering about that. And we've got $13.70 to total around, I suppose. To continue to have those somewhat concerning jump scare noises in the back. Let's do sack view, I guess.
Previously, during the
Maybe
investigation,
it's a little bit louder this time.
Me go to another town in the boondocks again.
I didn't think you'd keep me waiting in the rain for so long.
Welcome. I'm the sheriff, George Woodman. Call me George.
there's definitely something in this town. Do you feel it, Zach? My coffee warned me about it.
Well, we get another pre-rendered scene of this anyway.
It's broken. I've been using that one for a long time.
Why don't you get it repaired? This TV is important to you, right?
It's got some memories attached to it, sure. I used to watch movies on this thing with your grandma all the time.
Grandma liked movies?
Of course she did. Everyone loves movies, right?
I love movies too. I've never been to a movie theater though.
Well, speaking of the movie theater, here we are on the first day of investigation with the Angel Isaac card in front of us. At least they're not whispering very loudly in front of us anymore, the twins. Also have no weapons, so we can't mess with these mannequins here. Presumably. Can, however, grab a sugar donut, which is very thoughtfully placed before us. Can't go through the locked door, which I'm pretty sure was locked before. I'll go through the doors in this room. To have this just aggressively launch ourselves through that door, however. And as we go through this hallway, though. Also, thank you for the hydrate choco cake.
York!
Ooh.
York!
Doing that in just a moment. Thankfully I did come prepared for that.
Don't breathe. Hold your breath. They can't see you if you hold your breath. Hurry. Like this. Cover your mouth.
Well, thankfully they are thoughtful enough to just give you the prompt, and then they're so thoughtful, in fact, that they make you do this for a rather protracted length of time here. Since we're completely unarmed, we can't really come up with a better alternative to get past this fellow. Well, they move it eventually. Okay, at least it's not like in Until Dawn, where I didn't realize you can fail some of the QTEs that tell you to be quiet, because
Who are you?
this thing actually has a microphone, I think. Don't know who this child is, though, it would seem. I wonder. Man, I wish every hotel I'd ever been to had a bed that was as large as that. Also rooms that were as large as this. Then again, it's usually a necessity to have
Zach,
multiple beds.
the symbolism in my dreams continues to intensify. A forest of red trees. A carpet with red leaves. A strange doll. And twin angels. But that child is what bothers me the most. I swear I've seen him before. I just can't remember where. Well, it'll probably come back to me eventually. For now, we need coffee.
Guess we don't
Let's
have
head to the
any minutes of
cafeteria, Zach.
coffee in this room
I
itself.
hope they have
but
some real coffee. I really need some coffee. Then we can head to the sheriff's office. There's a proper procedure for everything, right, Zach?
Well, yes, there is, but that is precisely why we need to have a look around some of the things that are here. We got our handy-dandy bed. We got a suitcase where we can change our clothes. Whether it be to the workaholic suit, which is... Apparently That's the businessman suit. That's for long hours of overtime. That's kind of funny. I'm pretty sure that I've seen this suit have like a different appearance based on different playthroughs that I've attended of this, and for some reason it's different every time. Sometimes it's like this, and sometimes it's like, you know, an actual business suit. It looks slightly different from this one. But there's also the suit Crimson with a red jacket. Sometimes it's good to change image. But I think our suit is probably in good enough shape right now, so we'll hold on to it a little bit longer, I guess. We'll report to headquarters to give him an update, though, and I suppose we'll do that, since this is, you know, how you save. You get bonuses if you save quite frequently. We also have the bathroom where we can shave, not that we really need to right now. And yeah, this bathroom, which was... It's got kind of a schizophrenic design, because you got the shower here, presumably. And you have a bathtub which is separate from the shower, and then in a different little, like, walled-off area, you got a toilet and sink. See, I'm sure that in most hotel places and just most bathrooms that are as large as this, it's pretty much the other way around. There's a... If there's a fenced-off area in the back that's partitioned off, that would be the area with the bath or the shower. And if there's a toilet in that same room, it would be at the forefront of anything, but I don't know. Seems a little strange, but... Then you got the hallways in this hotel, which look quite a bit alike, even if this place, it looks kind of uniform at first, even if it's not actually as large as it might suggest this particular appearance. Got the room that we came from just now, which thankfully is helpfully marked with these blue sparklies, even though it's apparently not numbered or anything. I don't think any of these are. Please make up room. Please make up room. I guess all these rooms need to be made up, even though I'm pretty sure we're the only one here. That's a thing. Looking at upstairs here to see the history of Greenvale Industry, which I guess is all about lumber. And find another agent hunter up here. The rules, by the way. Deer hunters don't shoot the does. I figure all it deserves special attention. Well, that's one way to look at it. One way to look at it. Do not shoot females. Males are scored according to their number of antlers. Consult a taxidermist for rare specimens. Various clauses on deer hunting. They should also accidentally think they'd stuff us as rare specimens. Well, I mean, I guess he doesn't think much about whatever's in these cabinets. Glories of days long past showcased in such a small package. Maybe this was the extent of their glory. One of which law of hunting practically allows hunting all year round, though the type of prey depends on the season. Bears, turkeys, pheasants, crows, ducks. Wild ducks, as opposed to shooting domestic ducks, geese and rabbits among them. Must be a hunting nirvana for the aficionados. While there is controversy concerning the cruelty of shooting game for entertainment, deer hunting helps keep the deer population in check, maintaining a balanced ecosystem. Could homicides be helping us keep our own numbers in checks, I wonder? Well, funny thing is, I'm pretty sure that would probably have a different answer depending on who you asked. Records say that many schools closed down on the opening day of the hunting season. So many kids would skip school that they decided to make it official. Maybe we should think about taking the day off ourselves on opening day. Apparently we feel very nostalgic about this place that we've not been to before. Deer hunting was popular in this town. Article says one family had their 6-year-old daughter practice shooting with pig's heads at targets. Better watch out for the hunting aficionados among the ladies here. Deer hunters score points according to the number of antlers on their prey. For the culprits we brought in had antlers, what would their score be by now? Well, we could literally just count the numbers. The blade of a huge saw is on display, likely used ages ago for lumber milling and now engraved. Didn't even notice that actually. It does have the serrated edges, but have that little bit of world building, and we have a few more places to go here. There's this little area here. We can grab the coffee milk, and I guess we will. No, this will not be the only indulgence that we'll have while we're here. If we look at some of the other places around the corners of these hallways, I'm pretty sure we can find at least one more of the handy dandy money things. I think something in the future history of this town's lumber mill industry says they use teams of cows to move the lumber down to the river. Oh, here's another one of these things. I don't know if there's like many more. Yeah, probably not. Things on the walls here that we can examine. So after that little bit of exploration, let's go on ahead to the restaurant slash cafeteria, I suppose. Whichever is the preferred terminology for that. And also vending machines, but also bizarrely overpriced. $35.56 for a packet of crackers. 4 crackers at that. We can get 3 coffee milks for $13.50 and 3 coffee blacks for $31.50. Well, we do have money now, but won't stop the fact that that's just highway robbery.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan. Your breakfast is ready for you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Polly Oxford. Just Polly is fine.
Well then. Thank you, Polly. I'm starving.
Is everything all right, Mr. Morgan?
Oh, it's just fine. We can
Yes, it's delicious, Polly.
admire.
My compliments to the chef.
I'm hoping my cooking will bring back repeat guests. Honestly, though, it's been a while since anyone has stayed here.
I couldn't help but notice. Aside from you and me, there seems to be no other guests or workers around.
What's that? The salt's in that white shaker there.
Thank you. I was wondering if there were any other guests or workers here.
Oh, no one else. My husband and I used to run this place, but he's in heaven now.
You've been working here alone since then. Must be hard by yourself.
Oh my, we're all out of pepper. I'm very sorry.
It must be difficult to run a hotel by yourself.
Well, yes, I suppose. I could just live on my pension. But I have to admit, running a hotel is kind of like a hobby of mine.
That's nice. Polly, it might help to hear you better if you could sit a little closer.
Oh my, Mr. Morgan.
You're embarrassing me. So early in the day, too. I think I'm a little too old for you.
And I still love my departed husband. May God rest his soul. I appreciate the invitation, but I'm fine over here.
Polly, I can hardly hear you from all the way over there.
You're exaggerating. This is fine. It won't do to be all clumped together with such a large table and cafeteria. We have to make use of all this space.
Now tell me, that wound on your face, what happened?
Let's just say I had some trouble during the last case I was working on. I'm sure it'll heal. It's just a flesh wound.
Oh my, well, there's no need to be the tough guy here. I want you to be able to relax here. I've prepared a special room for you. A famous rock star once stayed in the same room, you know.
Really? I feel honored.
If you need anything at all, just let me know. I'll help you out in any way I can.
Zach, the lady is offering to help. Do you want to ask her about the town?
How could we pass this up?
Say, Polly, what can you tell me about this town?
Well, let me see. You might know this already, but the town is called Greenvale. It rains here quite often, but it's a nice place, surrounded with nature. It was a big and prospering lumber town until not so long ago. We used to have a population of over 6,000 people. Less than a tenth of them left now.
This hotel was built back then. We saw plenty of guests in those days.
That's why this place is so big for such a small community.
I have so many fond memories from back then. I suppose the clock on the community center is quite famous too.
Clock?
Oh yes, it's lovely. It rings in the morning and at night to let the whole town know the time. You'll hear it many times during your stay. It's a beautiful sound. And you'll love it too, I think.
I look forward to hearing it then.
Anything else you'd like to know about?
Well, as long as we're asking.
Yes, actually, Polly. Could you tell me about the shops around here?
Shops? Well, there aren't many. It is a small town, after all. You can do most of your shopping at the Milk Barn convenience store. The couple who run it are a unique pair. I'm sure you'll get to like them. The A&G Diner is a great place to eat. They might be open even if my kitchen is closed. If you want to go to a bar, there are two. The Galaxy of Terror and the Sweary 65. I don't care much for either of them. Bars are for the younger folk. We also have a gas stand, of course, the art gallery, and even a gunsmith. You should be able to find what you need.
Thank you, Polly.
Well, Mr. Morgan, I'd better start cleaning up. You just take it easy. I'll bring your coffee out in a moment.
Thank you, Polly. I have to warn you, though, I am very particular about my coffee. The very best you have, please.
I understand. I'll be right back with it.
Well, it's coffee time. After all that fanfare. We look with interest.
Did you see that, Zach? Clear as a crisp spring morning. F.K. in the coffee. I knew I could count on it. Never fails.
Now then, let's get going.
Let's get going and maybe, finally take a step back and grab this. Till our hunger meter filled up. Grab this Agent Hunter that's been taunting us in the background that whole time. And we could just get a move on here after we enter this gigantic spread. If there's only two people, they're probably not gonna eat all of this. It seems a bit pointless. Meals for served buffet style, nothing noteworthy on the menus with the hotel being this big. Not worried about the quality of the food, but I'd opt for junk food any day. Well, it's something else that came to mind. I don't know how difficult it would be to run a hotel if you only ever had like one person staying here. Scene was kind of bizarre. Oh well, that's the name of the game here. As you'll come to find out. Have some fantastic coffee and find out what your fortune is for today. We could give that a try. And we might as well. Unexpected trouble is coming your way. Lucky item later.
There's always trouble heading my way in this job.
This might be like...
But I'm always up for a little excitement, too.
Something that's scripted to always come up. I guess we'll see what the next one is if we do the same again. We'll have a lot of fun today. Lucky Place theme park. Yeah.
There's no theme park in this town, though. All that good luck is just slipping away. But I think I'll have a thrilling enough time right here anyway.
I think we'll leave it at that for the fortune. So extra for fortune telling besides. But yeah, I feel like from what I've seen, you will always get that same sequence of fortunes if you give that a try. And there's Polly at the front desk, but I can also head back here, check the weather. Fine, clear day, perfect day to have a walk. And also open the microwave here and find an egg, which we'll send to storage, where I'm sure it'll have a great time.
Oh, hi.
If you need anything, you can find me at the front desk. Sell delegates to guests. Not much, but they may help you out. So you're the sales too, aren't you? Probably comes set with a breakfast. Service here is just as good as any fancy city hotel. Well, what else can we talk about, though? If you're heading out, I should warn you, don't be out too late. There's been a lot of trouble in these parts recently. A terrible murder. I am, looking for the murderer. It would be so much easier if the killer would just show up and try to kill me. Well, you gotta risk something to gain something. But we just get that deflected. Does your line of work make you tired? Please at least try to relax when you're back here. And there we are. And I don't think we really want to buy anything from her right now, though. I think we'll excuse ourselves and head off, and I think that's all you're gonna do to actually complete the first proper chapter here. Might as well try to see if I can get to the end of the game with 0 continues. That might be doable. Adding on a few things. A few more monies on hand. Well, the difference that's gonna make with how expensive everything is, but we'll probably stockpile more money in the long run. All the stuff we're gonna be doing.
A police car.
Office is open from 9 to 17. I'll be late.
So we have King George to thank for preparing a car for me. A pleasant surprise, eh, Zach? Let's take it for a spin. I have to tell you, Zach, this place simply amazes me. The keys were left on the front hood, and nobody stole the car. Values. This town has what the country needs. Values. Let's head over to the sheriff's department.
Or maybe nobody could have guessed that, a car with the keys left on the top. Which is going to be left in this specific location, but I'm going to master a key and a free flare, and I'm pretty sure we keep getting flares if we keep on redoing this particular chapter, which you can do. That's an option. You can do chapter replays of any chapter you've already done. They have their own quirks, as we'll find out. Well, let's head off. Hopefully, I think I have a pretty good idea for when I go next. So there's a few views you can do here. You can do this first person view, you can do this one, or another zoomed in version of that, but I guess we'll stick with the first person one. You can also talk.
So, Zach, about those bonus features in DVDs nowadays. You know, the ones from the 80s have almost no bonus material. Even if they do, it's a trailer and the visual quality is pretty bad. Well, that visual quality is a good reminder of those days. So many new audio and visual appliances were coming out back then. Do you remember the first video deck we bought? We bought it to record one of the Star Wars movies on TV. And remember when that video store opened, we spent hours there, just trying to find a good movie to rent. There weren't that many to choose from back then. I remember renting some really bad ones after reading those back cover taglines. Hey, remember? Attack of the Killer Tomatoes?
Well, we know about that one around here.
Produced, directed, written, and edited by John DeBello. It was really awful, but for some reason I still remember it pretty well. It had so many sequels, and the original was re-released in '95.
It has 3 sequels.
The 87-minute-long theatrical release bumped up to a whopping 90 minutes. But that was around the time I joined the Bureau. I never have a chance to see it. I know, Zach. Once this case is over, we can watch it together. I bet we can buy a copy on the internet pretty easily.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you can say it had so many sequels, but the film that only had 3 sequels, even if it was a little surprising. Oh, wait a minute, I need to turn here, I think. Okay, I tend to favor the first person view just because the way the camera works when you're in this view is a little weird, but I'll probably be doing this one a lot too, regardless. But yeah, I think you know quite a bit about Killer Tomatoes around here, thanks to a few exploits with them from years past. Hey, Zach, did you know? In all the Killer Tomatoes sequels, they had John Astin, who had played Gomez Adams in the 1950s Addams Family sitcom, playing the main antagonist. For some reason was completely absent from the first movie, but that one was like a kind of bizarro comedy style on all of its own.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
Well, I want to be able to shrink them up again, but now we're gonna be stopping here. I think this is the right place. I want to stop by one of these houses. We can peek through the window, and it might not be entirely evident why we're doing this, but it will all make sense in time, and yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the right place. And we get observation bonuses besides, which is nice. The Killer Tomatoes one definitely had a very unique and bizarre style of comedy that wasn't really echoed that much by the sequels, which were a lot more conventional / just kind of meh. I mean, the second one was pretty alright. I'd say that the first 2 are at least worth watching just because of how they are. The other ones, maybe not quite as much. Especially the first, is just a bit of a mess all throughout. Not a particularly enjoyable one either. But hey, we made it to the general store here. So after doing a quick save, let's have a chat with some of the people in here after I collect this. And look, delicious cookie ×3 even though. I'm not sure if any of these things look like cookies, maybe the middle one. But not bananas, unlike the Jello pile. But if we walk around here, we will find this
FBI
woman.
Special Agent Francis York Morgan.
Also very loud.
And you are?
Honk jump scare.
Lily Ingram. My husband owns a convenience store, and we have 2 sons. I like to think that I'm just a regular wife in a regular family. A
aside from the point that our sons were the first witnesses to the crime scene.
You seem pretty calm considering their involvement in such a big murder case.
You think so? I'm glad to hear that. Anyway, if I looked all bleak and gloomy, I think it would hurt our business. Agent Morgan, about that scar.
Lily, please don't call me that. Call me York if you can. People have been calling me York for a long time.
You're a silly one.
No, not at all. I'm just a regular special agent. So what were you about to say, Lily?
Huh?
About my scar?
I'm sorry. I seem to have forgotten. It's because you said something silly.
I see. Well, if you remember anything important, just let me know.
I will.
I'll probably be making use of your store during my stay here, so I'll see you from time to time.
Okay, I'll see you soon then.
Well, I say that, but we're not really done talking yet.
Huh?
Which is our introductory dialogue to her, I suppose. It's hard to get everything out in the countryside like this, hon, but we do get our supplies from the city, so we should have what you need. Shop is just the right size for finding things. Can't find what you want with Keith, then please come and ask me. He tends to only remember the things that he likes himself. But there is some stuff he'll probably forget to offer you. Why don't you look after the store? Couldn't do that, he owns the place. Wouldn't do him any good to rely on me all the time either. Shouldn't do anything to destroy the confidence of those you love, right, hon? You're a very understanding woman. Anyway, Keith works better when he's confident. When he works well, that lightens the load on me. It's a clever strategy. I don't have the patience to carry out the strategy. Well, did you want to buy something? And yeah, that's the thing. The two of them have like different stock that they can offer you. You talk to them.
You always look like a busybody. Is the job working you that hard?
It's not so bad, hon. I've gotten used to it now, really. You seem to be taking it easy.
Sometimes it's important to take a laid-back approach. Pressing forward too quickly can be a recipe for disaster.
You're being silly. Oh yeah. Hon, if you have time on your hands, can I ask you a favor?
Such as?
Nothing major. It's just our storage room is a total mess. Keith just makes it worse every time he tries to clean it up. And I can't move the heavy boxes in there. I used to ask my father to help us out, but... well, he's not that young anymore. Of course I'll give you something in return. If you tidy the place up, I'll give you this.
What's that?
A bronze card. It's a discount card for the milk barn. You'll be able to buy things cheaper with this. I think it'll help you lower your investigation expenses.
So you're saying that helping you out will ultimately help the investigation?
You're
what
saying.
Do you think? I don't mind if you want to help her.
Well, it is her saying, so...
Thank you, hon. The storage room is this way.
Here we are with the goofy initiate side quest sound effect, and we can look at the list of side quests every time that we begin one, but even though we do have, this large number of them, 50, we will be chipping away at them for the whole, 100% thing. So it's pretty much just a box sliding puzzle. It's nothing too crazy. I think you even have enough time to figure out the proper solution in the time between when they first show you that overhead view and when you actually start to control this. I'm pretty sure the only one that really gets tricky is the last one of these. We do get to do a lot of laborious pushing during this. I think you really take advantage of the box pushing mechanic in very many places elsewhere. So at least I got some use out of it here. No, it's no ocarina of time in that regard.
Thank you, hon. You've been a big help. You're a real hero.
A hero?
You just can't leave those who need help alone, can you? I can tell you know, hon. You're that kind of guy. Anyway, here's your reward, hun. You've earned it. We'll give you a discount from your next purchase.
Thank you, Lily. We'd better be careful not to get carried away and overspend, Zach.
Agent York, you're a good person. My father doesn't seem to appreciate you yet, but I do.
And I'm sure Keith and the boys feel the same. Come by anytime, okay?
I mean, you say that even though we haven't even met her father yet. Only heard about him very peripherally, but now that we've done that, let's have a talk with this man's.
So, you're the talk of the town.
Keith Ingram.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please call me York. That's what everyone always calls me.
The name's Keith. A pleasure meeting you, York. Sure is a big scar. It's bigger than I thought it would be.
So, Keith, I have a couple of questions about the incident.
Huh? Sure, fire away, man.
Did you know Anna Graham?
Yeah, of course, man. Poor little Anna. She was such a nice girl. I mean, what kind of sicko would do that to her?
Well, I'm here to catch that sicko. Listen, even the smallest piece of information might be useful to me. If there's anything you noticed or want to let me know, contact me.
Okay, will do, bro. You got my cooperation, FBI.
Another thing. I'll be frequenting your store during my stay here, so I'll see you around.
Sure thing, bro. We got what you need, so drop in anytime.
Alright, but I mean, as long as we're here.
Hey, bro!
Let's have another bit of a chat. Got enough rockin' stuff here, just like a shop in the city. I'm sure you'll find what you want. Don't forget what we got, always get in trouble because my list isn't all it's supposed to be. If, man, for any reason you don't like my list, I'm cool, you can always ask clearly, her list is always perfect. Wanna buy something? Well, what else can we talk about? Hello, I know, I'm not a morning kind of guy. It's hard to rock before noon, dude. We get a beautiful morning and it's all mellow, nothing sharp, twisted, and hardcore. Oh. That was useful information we gathered just there. Don't tell me you're just browsing. That's just what I need first thing in the morning. Oh, then browse for all you want here. I suppose you're entitled to it, but no, let's actually, make use of the discount card we just got to grab the fishing rod down here. Hopefully we do have that bit of money piled up right now. And also some of these worm bait batches, which I don't know if you would have to pay $100 to get 6 worms, but I'm gonna get a couple of these anyway. Given our rather limited means right now, though, we're not gonna do much more than that. And with that, I think we can head off just a moment. Yeah. So strange, it's almost 9 PM here, and yet I'm hearing like this high-pitched, like fluty sound from outside. Also, let me have a quick look at the... Okay, here we're gonna get in the car again. Gonna drive a little bit farther in this direction to another one of the houses that's here, because as you might be able to tell from the extended map we got here, do we have something else? Not much we can do here on the whole, but we do have one thing we can collect from here, and that's another one of these handy dandy trading cards. But not before we collect this other red agent honor from behind this little shack here. It's not in the garage. Well, this is supposed to be George's house, I'm pretty sure, and that is why here we will find the George Woodman card. And yeah, we do get a quite hefty bonus comparatively for each one of those cards that we find, so typically a good idea to go find them. And on that very same note, let's go a little bit farther, and yes, you might have noticed. You can press L2 to bring up the sirens, which does give you a bit of a speed boost, and that also may or may not come at the cost of a little bit more fuel being expended, but honestly not sure if that's actually true or not. I mean, the mileage on these cars is pretty terrible on the whole right now. I think we'll be doing a few things later to improve that a little bit, but right now we're not gonna be able to go very far without getting a gas refill. But now that we're here in the junkyard, we can just go around, saunter here and there with nothing more than our trusty infinite ammo crappy basic handgun to help us move around. And find a couple more of these cards. First we got York's car. Car which we didn't really get a good look at the exterior of it during that introductory sequence, but we have not seen the last of that car, as it happens. It's gonna take some doing to get it back into the picture though. You could also use some kind of melee weapon if you had one to get rid of these obstructions faster, but that's not really an option at this point. Or if you want to use something that's not gonna just fall apart in our hands anyway. And here is the General Lysander, someone else that we haven't quite met yet. But now that we've wandered into this mysterious abandoned junkyard, well, it's not really abandoned, but there's just nobody else here right now. This empty junkyard, we can just be on our merry way. After York had the, I thought he had parked that car right in the middle of the road, actually. And now we head away from here. Turn right around, I'm pretty sure. Go back the way we came for at least a little bit, because we're going on a rather long drive now. But it'll all be worthwhile in the end. I'm pretty sure it's better to go fast, because I'm pretty sure that even if you let go of the accelerator button, you still end up expending gas, so...
One jewel in the rough springs to mind. Deadly Spawn. Do you remember that one, Zach?
Back in '83. Directed by Douglas McCown. Right. It was filmed pretty cheap, but still it was pretty good. The monster design with the mouth crammed full of teeth, I loved it. So many delicious B-movie cliches. Did you know that they made a sequel? But I never got to see the sequel. The rental store didn't have it for some reason. They said the staff for the sequel was totally different from the original. Wonder how the sequel turned out. You know, the monster in that one responded to sound.
Wait, Zach. Sounds a lot like the movie Tremors.
I think that one was back in '89, directed by Ron Underwood. Now that was a great role for Kevin Bacon. Masterpiece.
Zach, that one had sequels like crazy. I remember there was a fourth one. I've only seen the first one, though.
There was a fourth one. I don't think I've ever seen any of the Tremors movies other than the first one, but I think I very briefly looked into the sequels, and apparently the third one is like a prequel that's bizarrely, it's like set at the, I guess it would have to be the very early years of the 20th century. It's apparently about using the bizarre mythology of those movies to explain what happened when Ambrose Bierce came down to Mexico during the Mexican Revolution and just disappeared. It just sounds like it would probably turn out to be ridiculous, but who knows. See, if it were me talking, I would just go on a tangent about how Ambrose Bierce was a pretty good author about, and one of the predecessors to Lovecraft that people just kind of conveniently ignore whenever they're talking about Lovecraftian fiction. I suppose that would have to be, the segue for that would have to come from somewhere. Creator of this game must be a huge movie nerd. Well, I'm pretty sure that's all. That's a given. Just of a huge everything nerd to kind of unsubtly insert himself into the game by naming one of the bars after him. He is Swery65.
Tremors. I think Fred Ward was in it. You say Fred Ward, and I say Remo Williams, The Adventure Begins. That one was back in '85, I think. Directed by Guy Hamilton. Guess Hamilton was aiming to start a series like 007, but it had no sequels. A real shame. Do you remember the martial arts they used in that film? Called Senanju? The ultimate in martial arts, using no weapons at all. Remo's Master Chun ran across water, remember? And he loved soap operas. Man, that was a good character. He was played by Joel Grey, the best supporting actor in Cabaret. Of course, in Remo, he had so much makeup on you couldn't tell.
Well, that is in fact where the conversation ends. I was kind of wondering when that was going to happen, because it's not entirely obvious, but if you get out of the car, well, he's saying one of those things, he just kind of offers to assume that later.
Is there something
but
here that you want to check out? We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
Well, yeah, that should be evident by now, York, but let's also peek inside this place for entirely cromulent reasons. And I mean, he says that like, let's pick up this conversation later if you interrupt him like that. But if you do resume that conversation later, he just restarts the whole thing. It's not like in, I guess, other games where he actually remembers like the specific clip where you cut him off. But now that we're here, let's also, now that we've come here and creeped on the inside of that shack, let's also follow this trail that goes behind it and goes towards the river and the waterfall. Because we're gonna put one of those things, and by one of those things I mean both of those things that we bought earlier, to good use. By finding these fishing piers here. Approach this one. And go fishing for a bit. I mean, we only have the box standard fishing rod right now, and the normal worm, because we don't need anything better for what we're aiming for right now. If your line breaks, you'll lose one bait, so be careful. But surely that won't happen. I mean, if it's not very, very obvious what we're gonna see once you actually get something going here. Get a hit. Oh, here we go. Yep, this is what you got. Gotta aim carefully to stop the thing where you want it, and in our case we're only after this thing though, which we fortunately got on the first go. We caught a Jim Green. Boy, if I can say that properly. Which, even though it's not necessarily obvious from that, is also one of the trading cards. And there isn't really anything more unique that we can get from here right now. But there are a few more fishing spots around town like that that have a trading card you can find. That we'll be checking out, but right now we will be coming down from the mountain again. And I think we'll be taking a little detour, actually, that'll probably save me time later. Now you might notice that there's a few more of these cars here in the parking area. think, well, I guess one of them must be the one that I took to get up here. Given that there's only a couple... It's probably this one. Which... oh no, never mind. This one has a full tank and doesn't have any damage, so this is technically not the one that I took to get up here, so... That's just fine by me. So now we get out of here, because we can't really go deeper into the forest right now, because the gate is closed. So we're gonna come down from the mountain again, but we'll be taking a slightly different route this time. I'll be daring and go for that. Even if this is kind of breaking away from the... well, we'll listen to this.
Now, Joel Gray's daughter is, of course... That's right, Jennifer Grey. You knew that, right, Zach?
Jennifer Grey. She's in one of my most favorite movies. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. 1986, directed by John Hughes. Huh, that one was so 80s.
Zach, you're not the most cheerful guy I know. But you really do like those cheerful movies.
We used to love those teenage movies back then, didn't we? Breakfast Club and Pretty in Pink, St. Elmo's Fire, and Fast Times at Ridgemont High. That last one was in 1982, directed by Amy Heckerling. Now that was an impressive film. You've got Sean Penn in the lead, with Jennifer Jason Leigh and Phoebe Cates. Not to mention Nicolas Cage and Forrest Whitaker were in it too. And the original book and the script were written by Cameron Crowe. How could that not be a great film?
Do you remember, Zach?
When that movie ended, the last words, the end, was from an arcade game. That's right, it was from Missile Command. That stuck in my head for a while. The memories. I feel like I have a lot of movies to catch up on. Let's just hope we can get to the end of this case soon. Then maybe we can catch up on a few.
Give some thought about what movie you want to see next, Zach.
Well, speaking of that... you know, I've never actually seen that movie. I think that the only movie from the 80s or thereabouts that I could actually ID as a Phoebe Cates film is, well, are the two Gremlins films. She was in those as well. Even though I'm pretty sure that most people that would be able to recognize the game or the name Phoebe Cates would know her as like the girl who comes out of the pool in
a human
movie.
Bone?
Richmond
This doesn't
High,
look
but
related to the case, but shouldn't I let someone know?
you know, in the meantime, we found a human bone that we just shot out of a tree. But surely we have more pressing matters to focus on. Just carry on. Just gotta be careful because this narrow borders in this path can tear up the car. But we do have one more thing I'm pretty sure that we want to collect from this path. And I think this is where you have to, well, we can listen to another.
I've been thinking about what movie I'd like to watch next. And finally I've made a decision.
It's always hard to narrow it down just to one movie, but I've put a lot of thought into this, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. 1975. Directed by Steven Spielberg himself. The grandfather of panic movies. Set in a small town in Massachusetts. That movie made me stay away from the beach for years. I was always afraid that a hand might come floating up. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah? It's Jaws. The underwater camera work accompanied by that John Williams music. I'd never been that scared by a movie before. But the best thing about it is that it isn't just another panic movie. The mayor who won't close the beach even when there are so many victims. And Chief Brody putting the citizens' lives above all else. The film gave a lot of time to the dispute and friction between them. It certainly had a lot of messages for a 2-hour film.
Oh shit.
That's probably another reason why it was such a record-breaking hit. One of my regrets in life is that I didn't see it at the movie theater. I guess I was still just a child back then. But still, I wanted to taste that terror in real time.
That reminds me, Zach. Did you know this one?
Jaws also appears in another movie that was produced by Spielberg.
Oh boy.
The second Back to the Future. It was directed by Robert Zemeckis, who later made Forrest Gump. That's also a masterpiece, of course, but we'll discuss that another time. So, the scene where Jaws appears is right after Marty McFly goes 30 years into the future. He passes by a movie theater and is attacked by a holographic shark. Marty is shocked, of course, but looking closer, he sees the words, Jaws Part 19. The director is credited as Steven Spielberg Jr. In reality, there were actually only 4 Jaws movies. It was still a great joke. 30 years from 1985 would be 2015. We'll be there pretty soon.
We sure will.
I wonder what life would be like by then, Zach.
Oh, I guess we'll never know. Surely wouldn't be around a time when we would be sharply declining away from the types of movies that he's reminiscing about or anything like that. No, sorry, but... Well, we found a sternum, more to the point.
A human bone?
Once again, very
This
surprised.
doesn't look related to the case, but shouldn't I let someone know?
We won't really be bringing it up organically with, no pun intended, with anyone. This bone business. Just going to remain as something that we are aware of on our own, but we don't actually act on that. I wonder if the later, well, there were only 4 Jaws movies in the end, I guess. She just mentioned, I wonder if they rank better overall, at least the sequels, than the Killer Tomatoes sequels.
So, where shall we go next?
I guess that pretty much just marks that he is out of unique long conversations that we will bring up. At least for now. I don't know if he gets a new set of them later in the game, I can't quite remember, but maybe we're back on the more or less level ground level. There are roads here. Oh, okay, I was like, why am I not speeding up? I'm like on the actual road here. Because of whether I'm holding the button? No. Oh. Let's see, we're heading back to the milk barn so that we can take a different road from there. It doesn't really matter what we do in before we get to the forest area, because we can grab a new car from there, and it also shouldn't matter what we do too much before we get to this next place, because we're going to a gas station next. We should be able to get a refill. And here we are, but before we do anything here, let's go on foot for a second. So that we can head over here and grab this Gina's sponge. Rather unique thing to devote a trading card to. We can also shoot out some of these barrels, but we're not even gonna reveal anything. At least the explosion will be potent enough to blow up multiple of the adjacent barrels through a fence. Okay, as long as we're at the police or the police station, or brought a police car to the gas station, they probably just mismatched those two thoughts together. Let's get some service, shall we? Well, we can get some service from this person first. Actually, random what you'll see when you drive into the circle, but this time.
Oh, I've never seen you here before. You in town to see some sights?
Well, I'm seeing some sights, alright.
What's your name?
I'm Gina. Folks call me the Rose.
I'm Francis York Morgan, FBI Special Agent. I'm investigating the death of Anna Graham.
FBI? Wow, how cool. And oh, I like that scar.
Do you have any info on Anna or any suspicious individuals?
Ugh, I hate that complex stuff. Let's have a more simple conversation.
Simple.
Yeah. Do you want gas or not?
Well, you're right, that is a pretty simple conversation. People really like my service. Like it when I put it in, and they like it when I pull it out. Do you like the way I pump it? Well, I guess we don't know yet, but there's thrust in there. No punctuation. And we can get a car wash as well, but also refuel for $5 a gallon. Can't believe how expensive gasoline has become. I'm pretty sure that's the joke here. Oh, gas is actually one of the cheapest things you can buy in this game. Can't believe that our refill of gas has the same price as, like, I don't know, half of a small packet of crackers. And well, we did manage to meet a new suspect out of that. But that is not the only business we have here, as it happens. We also need to... Actually, but we should have waited. So we're gonna have to do this again, and hopefully this time... Yeah, never mind. The conversation tell me to fill her up, and I just might pump it down. And there she goes. Now we're gonna have to do that a few more times until I guess it just comes out most of the time. But she's not the only one that can come out, as you might be able to guess. Oh, here we go. Just completely random which one you get.
You from out of town? I ain't seen you here before.
Now it's Jack the Raging Bull.
I'm Francis York Morgan, FBI Special Agent. I'm investigating the death of Anna Graham.
Do you have any info on Anna or any suspicious individuals?
I ain't got nothing to tell the cops.
What about the FBI?
Shut up!
At least give me your name.
I'm Jack. They call me Raging Bull.
That's a manly nickname.
Shut it! If you're a customer, act like one and shut the mouth. Huh?
You know, customers which are known for shutting the mouth and not talking to anyone. But as it happens, we do have to talk. We're gonna buy a bribe, as it happens, and him $100.
Jack, here's the Ben Franklin you wanted.
Give it to me.
Even though he never actually mentioned that. We just kind of guessed.
Hey there, Benjamin. I wanted to talk to you. Have you heard this yet? I'll tell you another one when I see you again.
And well, we are doing this for a reason, but yeah, fortunately that
Zach,
little...
did you see that? It was as if we weren't here.
bits of information he flashes.
Did it make sense to you?
Are just kind of things that you can probably just figure out on your own, but hey, you do kind of get a little bit of a return on investment each time. But yeah, that's that. Let's see. And we've had that little encounter, and we've met a couple more of the townsfolk. Can carry on this way and have a look at this field here. Just as you can kind of tell, there's something right in the middle. So let's go have a look.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out?
We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
Yeah, we've been over this, York. We need to explore town a little bit more. So that we can collect things such as the Jack the Raging Bull trading card. And we could just get back in the car, but I think I'll just have a quick jog over here to the next place, because it's right across the street. Find the next few things that we're gonna be looking for. We're at the substation. We don't even need to bring up the map, it's right in front of us. We can shoot some things and find more of the money bonuses, sometimes anyway. Other times you just get unlucky and you don't get anything, but this time found a couple at least. And one of them was just like kind of pre-spawned there, so it wasn't actually a matter of chance whether or not we would find it, but for the littlest ones that are only worth $5, those ones do randomly sometimes spawn when you break something. I don't think any of them work any differently than that. Much of these turns are just dead ends, so it's whatever. But of course we didn't just come here to, try and wreck things, so I didn't realize this would be a dead end either. Guessing we can't climb up the slope here. So we just have to go back through the thing to actually get out, but as you might imagine, there is something else that's actually concrete that we came here looking for, and that's this thing up ahead. First, let's just blow up some more barrels, because there sure is a large concentration of them here. And we've done that, we can pop over and grab the Olivia Cormack card. And then cross the street and peep into this guy's house. Even though it's not terribly obvious whose house it is unless you just go into the map and look at what the marker says. Might be a little more obvious if you look at some of the pictures in here, but even so, that's only if you can actually make out who's in the picture, but it shouldn't be too hard. And now that we've done that, and after a couple loading screens, the car has teleported over here. So we will get in. And even though the next place is also not terribly far off, we'll still drive there from here. Just along the side of the road here should be. By the river, we get another fishing spot up ahead. Which, as it just so happens, is another one of the ones where we can find something. I do kind of wish I could skip this little, stopping the car animation. But I guess you can't have everything. At least other than some of the particularly tricky cards that you can get by fishing. For most of these you can get, just kind of figure the best timing for actually getting the cards just by yourself. First we need to get a hit though. Oh, here we go. Just kind of have to I'm about 4 spaces to the left of where the present is, and that should be enough. It may not be entirely obvious what all these icons mean, but the main thing to keep in mind is that whenever you can actually catch a card, it's the pink present icon. And whenever that icon is actually present, no pun intended, it's always sandwiched between 2 of the Emily icons, which, if you do land on one of those icons instead, it causes you to lose your bait and get nothing, which is unfortunate. But fortunately that hasn't happened quite so far. So let's see where we're going now. We're going into the other part of town. That's, I think, further east of here. Oop. You can like very gently tap the handbrake button to try and make a sharp turn, but more often than not it just ends up with you turning a lot more sharply than intended.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Well, that depends on which Zack you're talking to. I think the Zack of the game is probably gonna be just fine though. Let's see. Yeah, but surely, like, wine glass icon on the map there is the one that shows where we want to go next. More like wine bottle and then little martini glass or whatever it is. I'm afraid I'm not very well versed in slurp terminology. I'm not sure one of the bars is anyway. The other one is a little closer to the part of town that we just moved away from. As you might expect, we're gonna have to creep through one of the windows there. But first, let's grab the record player card. I'll have a quick look inside the bar. I mean, they didn't really bring it up until now, but it's kind of self-evident if you were familiar with the other game to any extent, but yeah, there's a lot about this game, as we'll come to find, that takes from Missouri Falls, which was another game that I played on here recently. That one is significantly lesser known than even this, and this is already kind of a niche game, but definitely has a pretty dedicated following. But Missouri Falls is kind of a case apart just because of how inaccessible it was for so long, due to lack of localization. We're actually gonna go take a quick look at the map here to figure out where we're gonna go next. So this is the target area, but we're gonna be staying away from there for quite a while. We're gonna be heading to these couple of locations first, though. But yeah, I mean, other than sort of more superficial similarities, I guess, would be a better way to put it, between this game and Missouri Falls, like the fact that you drive around the town in a car that you need to refuel manually.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
And the whole, this is more or less a video game version of Twin Peaks thing, which both games definitely have strongly going for them. I think if you actually take the time to compare the more specific beats of the story for both of these games, you kind of notice that there's enough similarities to dismiss the notion of coincidence. Just like if you were to compare, say, the story beats of Portopia's serial murder case and the first Famicom Detective Club game, which is something that I wasn't even aware of until fairly recently, when, you know, funnily enough, they released the localized versions of what's it called? Of the well, both actually, of the original Famicom Detective Club games. I never actually had a chance to play the first one until then, because they never actually came out with a fan translation. For that one, only for the second one. But now that we're inside a diner, let's find a coffee. Let's snoop in this cabinet and find a diner menu besides. And let's maybe have a chat with one of the people who runs the place here. Here she comes.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. And you are?
Olivia. Olivia Cormack.
That's a natural way to respond.
Olivia. Now that's a lovely name.
Do you think so? You're the only one who's ever said that other than my father and Nick.
Oh, it's a very good name. You should be proud of it. There's that famous singer, too, isn't there? From the 70s? She's actually from England, but she's got this really strong image of being an American pop singer.
Huh?
That's it. Olivia Newton-John. You know of her, right? She's not only a successful singer, she's successful as an actress, too. Personally, I really liked Xanadu back in 1980. She played a cute fairy and just looked amazingly stunning. It's hard to believe she was 32 at the time. Right, Zach?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Really? That's a shame. You should watch it when you get a chance. You'll learn to love your name.
Oh, okay.
So, Olivia, do you know anything about Anna that might be helpful to me?
Oh, she was a bright and lovely girl. I can't believe she...
Did she ever look worried or anxious?
No, not really. I can't believe it, really. I'm never going to see her again, am I? She was here with us, so happy and energetic just a few days ago. She and I, we were getting all excited over some new dessert.
Thank you, then. If you remember anything else, let me know.
Well, that was helpful, but yeah. I think I would really know the name Olivia Newton-John from anything even other than the movie version of Grease that they did with John Travolta, which I've also never seen. And yeah, we could top up on food here, probably a good idea. But first, let's have another quick chat. I'll ask you if you notice anything strange about Anna, you know, like I just did. Find anything that might lead you to the murder. Can discuss the details of an ongoing investigation. Well, the killer that killed Anna. Just curious about our progress with the investigation, or does she know something? Oh, I wonder, but first we're gonna make her vanish this picture that she's carrying. We can get a little bit more dialogue out of her, and now we can maybe...
Hi there.
Eat something. We're actually almost full. But might as well. We can get cornbread, roast turkey, clam chowder, omelette containing fried rice, which I'm pretty sure is more of a Japanese thing than anything, onion rings, macaroni salad. Well, the cheapest one of these would be the cornbread, so let's just get that. Oh, let's fade away while we eat a lot, and there we go. How is this relevant? Well, that's just how York has a tendency to present things. I suppose in particular to people that he's not met before.
Hey, I'm working here. You can't just stroll into a chef's kitchen.
Then perhaps you would give me your permission to enter.
No! Get the hell out of here!
Zach, everyone has their own sanctuary. Let's leave him in his.
So we won't be able to actually talk to that man yet, so... Just doesn't want to open up quite yet. But if we find the car again, we can go a little bit farther towards the edge of town. Or an edge of town, anyway. It's kind of funny with all this stuff that I have in mind to do. Be able to, work my way towards that 100%, which I've never actually done before with this game. Even though I have a pretty concrete plan for getting all the stuff that I would need for that now. Don't think I'm going to be able to do much more right now than just the initial run-through quote of this chapter, and also first of a couple of replays.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
That'll have to do as well. Even though theoretically all you need to do to complete the chapter is just get to the police station, but we don't have time for that. We gotta side-eye that guy that just swerved into us, and also tromp all over town, going after these cards and items and whatnot. And meeting people.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
Well, we do want to be doing that, York. The first thing we're going to want to do is look through this window so we can get acquainted with this place, if you will. This place with the same record player that's on the card that we picked up a while ago. Over at the bar that's close to the police station. And then head a little bit north up the road so that we can find something else over there. And what do we have here? Rosa Lipstina, who we did also meet, but for some reason her card is just all the way out here. I'm not even sure why that ends up being the case, but well, there you go. And now I'm pretty sure we want to go up the road. That's on this side of this sort of vacant lot. With a bunch of sort of assorted quasi-construction related stuff on it, even though it doesn't really look like they're actually building anything on there. Like there would be a bit more activity or just
Zach, if you notice
stuff.
anything, just stop me.
If that were the case. Also, hey, Edgar, how's it going? Headed up the road to this place, which, as evidenced by the icon that just popped up on the map, is the hospital where I guess we'll be. We'll be stopping in for just a bit. Oh goodness, after we do there's a term for that. There's like stuff that pops up in Grand Theft Auto and shit if you do that in those games. It's not a wheelie, that's something you do with a bike, but it's something like that, I think. Something at least similar to that. I can't remember what it is right now though, but do a quick save before we head inside, because why not, as we hope that the noisy aircraft noise that's outside doesn't linger for too long as we force our way into the hospital here. And maybe talk to this person.
Nice to meet you, Mr. FBI agent. What can I do for you?
Very nice to meet you, too. I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. But how did you know I was FBI?
Easy. None of the police in this town wear cologne.
That's sharp. I guess you don't really notice these things yourself, especially your day-to-day customs.
Are you talking to yourself? You're a strange one, aren't you?
Well, I'm glad we have this very quiet ambience to have this conversation too. You feeling sick? No, just passing by. I'm fine as far as I'm aware. Well, self-diagnosis is a dangerous thing. Good health is all about getting plenty of sleep and eating right. Don't force your body to starve and want rest. It'll be bad for your body. Which means that most of us are doomed, I'm sure, but... Good health is all about getting plenty of sleep and eating right. Oh, she's saying the same thing, but that goes as a separate conversation for gathering information, I suppose. So it is like a less janky version of Mr. Falls? Well, that's a bit of a loaded question. I mean, it's newer than Mr. Falls is one way to look at it, but I feel like the jank between those two games is relative. There's a way that you can describe it is that most of the jank that came from, or that Mr. Falls had, is kind of owed to the fact that that game was just pushing the PS1 to the limit. Okay, I was wondering which of these cars was the one that I took to get here, which has not perfect condition. And yeah, there's that whole thing which led to it staying as a very obscure cult classic for quite a long time, and which it pretty much still is. And then there's this, which is somewhat better known, but it also has a certain set of technical issues which are not necessarily related to limitations of the hardware that it runs on versus what it's trying to accomplish. It just kind of has them, shall we say. Actually, hold on, let me figure out where I'm going. When you want to head back to the same kind of direction that we were in before.
So, where shall we go next?
But yeah, I mean, other than that, like I mentioned earlier, there is a lot of very particular things in this game which it owes to Mr. Falls. It should become more and more obvious the farther you get into it. And other than just stylistically, I feel like a lot of that will come to light when we try to get into the specifics of the story, but that also includes the
Zach,
very...
is there something here that you want to check out? We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
As we've been over this, York, but that also includes the very specific, spoilery late-game specifics of the story. Probably won't be talking about that for quite a while, but... Well, right now we're just gonna go fishing one more time so that we can get another card. This game does have a few more open world things that weren't really present in Mr. Falls, which was very kind of unilaterally story focused with not really that much stuff to do as side activities. That led to anything other than just, you know, getting more information about the world anyway. Definitely had some of those, like, you know, finding out what the like daily special is at the diner in each of the 7 days, but I suppose it's another significant difference. Just a significant difference, I should say, between this game and that one is that this game doesn't have a day counter, so it's actually not terribly important when you do things as far as the actual date. And the implications of that should be also pretty evident as I try to exploit that very circumstance to be able to help in my quest for 100%ing this. Following this route that I've set out for myself after doing some research to help myself do this, which is also the reason why I'm going down this particular path and not sticking to the main road at this time, just like I did earlier. Because if we go down this path, we should find another one of these things along it.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
Well, it's funny you should say that, York, because I'm gonna stop you right now. And you know, that's the whole thing with the sack thing that York keeps addressing. It's kind of supposed to be a surrogate for the player, but there's definitely more to it than that.
A human bone? This doesn't look related to the case, but shouldn't I let someone know?
But as with many other things, I'll let York tell you all about it at his own pace. Right now, let's just continue driving along the road here so that we come out on the other side. Which will be, once again, in the part of town that the police station is at. Oh, also a very loud echo, which I'm sure will come through. Unless, of course, it doesn't. And I guess I'm still kind of paranoid about any kind of sufficiently loud noise that may end up coming from the street. Give me 1 second, because I need to figure out where I'm going now, actually. Okay, we picked up the bone. We are going to go to one of the houses that's near here, I think. Yeah, we're gonna go to see about this phone that's over in this direction first, though. You know, I still feel compelled to press the talk button every time, even though by now it's just gonna be York humming to himself and repeating these short phrases and nothing else. Okay, so yeah, let's stop here. But yeah, the time that I spent working as an over-the-phone call center thing that I did from here, though. I did it from home, but the way I had that set up was basically so that I needed to crank up the volume on basically every end of that because it was less than ideal, without fail, every single time, and so any, like, slight noise that may have come from outside my window ended up, actually I probably didn't even need to get back in the car right now, hold on. Any noise that came out from outside my window, came up from outside my window or from anywhere really, would get picked up. I would sometimes get comments about like, oh, those birds outside your window sound really nice, or I didn't actually get a comment one time that some people just got set up outside and started playing music as they sometimes do, probably wanted to get tips or whatever from people passing by the street, but I'm pretty sure that the person on the other end could hear that quite clearly. It's pretty hard to believe otherwise after some of the other things that I confirmed were coming through. Also, hey Glaive, good to see you. It's one of my favorite games. Well, it's definitely a remarkable game, and I keep forgetting that sometimes we can open some of these mailboxes and find stuff in there, but I'm gonna take a peek in here. See, the last time that I say the last time, I think it was actually the first time in very recent immediate history that I was testing the PC version to see if I could actually, you know, get that to work well enough to try and attempt this series of streams. That's where I got my first crash, so not ideal, but now that we've gotten that, what time is it? It's just past midday. We can head over here and maybe look to see if there's anything in the mailbox. If there is a mailbox nearby, there is. We got more of these 10mm auto boats, so why not? We'll be popping those in our collection. And head inside this house, which is the house where Anagram lived, the girl who was murdered. And this guy is right here.
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan.
Gotta act quick to
Please
talk to
call
him.
me York. It's what everyone calls me.
York? Sounds like a last name.
Richard Dunn. Just hanging out here.
I'm Richard Dunn. I own one of the bars here. It's called Sweary 65. How'd you like the town?
Oh, it's great. Aside from the murder that happened here.
Yep. I mean, murder just doesn't fit with a small town like ours.
Well, Richard, I'll have to correct you on that. Crimes don't care about size. Big town, small town, just isn't a factor.
I guess you're right.
So, how did you know Anna?
I've known her since she was a child. She was the same age as my son. Yeah, she always stood out, being pretty and all, just like her mother, Sally.
You seem to know a lot. How long have you been in love with her?
Hey, don't go there. That scar of yours tells me you got your hands full too, right? Let's not dive into personal matters. It'll be better for you and me.
You're right, Richard. Collecting gossip won't help with the matter at hand.
But also, why are you in her house? But
hey,
we are gonna drop the matter there, I guess. If it's something for me, just come see me at the bar. And I suppose that's all we're gonna get out of him right now, so just let him be and go on his merry way. Grab the stabilizer. See, it's a little bit fitting, as we'll come to find out eventually, that the first place we meet this guy is also the first place we find a stabilizer to yank and put in our backup stock. But first, let's come over here and talk to this lady.
Anna, where are you going? Don't leave me.
Sally Graham, the mother of the murdered girl, so...
You there. Do you know where Anna is? Anna. My dear Anna.
Zach, let's do this later.
The,
I don't think we'll get anything out of her like this.
The Sarah Palmer archetype, well.
I'd like to ask you some questions about Anna.
Anna. Oh, why did she have to die? She was so happy, so full of life, Anna. She loved that dress in the picture so much. She looked so pretty in it, but now she won't be able to wear it again. Yes, that dress. I can't find that dress anywhere.
That dress?
Her dress. Where is it? Without it, She looked so pretty when she wore it for prom. She was the prettiest girl in town that night. So why did she? Where's that dress? Where?
I don't think we'll get much more out of her like this. Maybe if we find the dress and bring it to her, she'll calm down enough to talk.
Well, we got a new assignment, if you will. Could have that goofy fanfare whenever we either begin a new side quest or we are done with it, but look back here, the other side of this bedroom. It's kind of weird, I don't know. Never lived in a house that has like multiple stories, but or if any of the dresses in here are the one we're looking for.
One would think you'd find a dress in a closet, but there's too many here. We need to find out what kind of dress we're looking for first.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've never lived in a house that has multiple stories, but it's what most people do, at least. So I've been led to believe by a good chunk of media. They put the bedrooms upstairs, but then here they got like one upstairs and one downstairs. Or how common that is, but yeah, if we look in this room, we can find what we're after.
Look, Zach. It's a picture taken during her prom night.
There are no other pictures of Anna in a dress. This blue dress here, then, must be the one Sally is looking for. She does look like a goddess. Sally was right. She sure is pretty. That smile would make any man turn to butter.
What are these books that are on the table as well? Talon Oak Tales, something like that. You know, I do kind of wonder what the what has to be going through the heads of the people who actually figure out the background textures to put in games like this, for you to notice and go like, what's up with that?
Zach, this is it. This is the same dress as the one in the prom picture.
Let's take it to Sally.
Well, we've got it. I don't know if that's really gonna make her be more cooperative, but we can try to alleviate what's going through her head at least a little bit. We did find a dress, in fact. It's kind of compressed in that little icon, but...
This is it? The dress! This is Anna's dress! Anna! Oh, Anna! Anna!
Sally, we found the dress. So please tell me more about Anna.
She was such a good girl. She was the most beautiful girl in town, with pretty blonde hair. Everyone around her just loved her.
On the night of the murder, was Anna at home?
Yes, I think so.
You think so?
That day, the day she died, I stayed over at a friend's place. If only I'd been here, Anna might not have gone through...
Where did you stay that night?
I was...
Aha. So, in other words, you have no idea what Anna was up to that night.
That's wrong! She wasn't the kind of girl that would walk around at night. She was always dancing under the sun. Yes, under the pouring sunshine, like this.
Zach, look. A key. It fell from Anna's dress. Maybe we can use this to get into Anna's room.
Sorry, Sally, but we're going to have to take a look in there.
Well, assuming that she heard all that, she seems pretty chill about it, at least. So from one assignment to the next. Guess we'll just leave her to it, even as she goes elsewhere. And what do we got in here? We got Anna's dress, but in card form this time. If we head in the bathroom, we will find one of these red agent honors and the opportunity to shave, but don't think we really need to do that right now. Or perhaps at all, who knows, unless we get some kind of a penalty. I don't remember if you get one for just never shaving. But in here... better brandish my gun to be ready for whatever I find in here.
She was at an age that craves excitement. Doesn't matter what town you're from. Girls will be girls.
You know, Zach, in this wonderful country of ours, there are no good old-fashioned towns left. None at all.
Day 1. Today is the day of the ceremony, and I'm a little nervous about it. Day 2. The first time he used it on me, it was so amazing, so exhilarating. Day 3. He doesn't let anything slip. I'm really worried about Becky. Day 4. Delivery man Q won't be able to protect Becky, so that's the last page written. It's very interesting. You can learn a lot from a diary.
So we have this unnamed he, Becky, and this delivery man Q. Zach, this could be more interesting than I thought.
Well, now we got this new set of leads potentially to look into. Gotta excuse ourselves and move on. And find our car, which is now neatly parked right over here, even though we definitely didn't do that. But it's just like I suppose, a free service that the game offers us. So where are we going next? Let's see. Real quick. Look at the map, because we're here, and if we're heading back over to the other side of town, all we gotta do is turn right here. And just head down the road for a while until we get back to the gas station, basically. I suppose there's not really much more to say about, or not much to expect from the car conversations at this point, so...
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'll stop you regardless of whether or not you invite me to York, but... I don't really need it that badly, even, but at least not right now. Sure, we're gonna want to have a full tank for the next sort of driving sequences that we're gonna be doing. We should have a much more efficient way of getting around that isn't entirely reliant on these very restrictive gas tanks later on, but for now... better to just kind of stick to this state of affairs. Can I just pop back in here? Well, hopefully hopefully not be too distracted by this fellow who's driving beside the car that he's driving. Okay. And there it goes, whatever it was that he had in his mouth, I suppose. Just pop a refill. See ya, craphead. This warm reception from the townsfolk, as we've gotten used to. There's the suspect. Who is that suspect? Is that... Well, it can't be Richard, or else we already have, we've already met him, so we'll say his name. So I get the feeling that it might be his kid we'll be dealing with in due time. And by in due time, I mean really soon. But right now we're going to somewhere a little bit different. Not sure what we want to do is keep driving down here. Turn here. Get honked at, but that's whatever. And keep going down the road here towards that tunnel. Which will take us even further north, because right now we're pretty much going to the north end of the map. I'm trying to remember if there was anything like a tunnel in the Cerner Falls, but other than, I think, one very small one of like no consequence. I think you could see on the path that led up the mountain to the church and the workers' lodgings. I think that was like the only tunnel in the game, on the roads that were on the world map anyway. I think like any part of the world was like particularly stand out other than just the fact that part of the road that goes up to the mountain is blocked on the first few days of the story, and then eventually it isn't anymore. And there's also that sequence later on where you have to like chase the dude on the bike and just ram into him several times to get him to stop.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
It's kind of a notorious sequence. I consider that's like the one. Well, maybe not the one, but the quite rare in that game sequence where you're doing like a thing that it's vital that you succeed in doing it if you want to get the good ending, but unlike a bunch of those other sequences that are like that, for that one in particular, you like the game just lets you keep going even if you fail that, and he gets away. Which is very unfortunate because at that point you
Zach,
might
is there
end up
something here
saving.
that you want to check out? We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
I ended up saving thinking that you're okay and you're not okay. But oh well, so let's head back here. We get another fishing spot behind this fancy mansion that we've just driven up to. So let's go. Let's collect another one of our quarries here. I was kind of wondering if there's like a special audio thing for the sort of heightened beat that you hear once you get this one. This kind of beat that you hear once you actually get a hit. Because I don't think there's anything like that I've seen in the... Oh, I think I fucked up. It's gonna land on the... Nope, never mind. I thought it was gonna land on the enemy space and cost me a bait, but I guess not. I actually got lucky. Or maybe it was all, you know, a secret show of skill. I planned it all along. What do you mean you couldn't tell? Well, let's just head inside anyway. This is where we have to meet somebody else. I guess I'm gonna be wondering now, too, about why that, why the Gina card is actually left in that weird construction site that's quite far away from where she's actually located. Because you'll notice that a lot of the cards are actually, you know, positioned in places that are pretty relevant to what they depict, what they represent. Notice the, like, pictures of door knockers up here. And I thought one of those pictures was actually a picture of like a statue with a huge mouth, but no.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
FBI? The police? I've got nothing to say to you. Please, go away.
Well, I guess we know she's Anna's best friend, so she
It's
probably has
always
something
hard
to
to
say.
think of a subject to talk about when you meet someone new. But wouldn't Anna's death be a common subject we can talk about?
I don't want to talk about it. No matter how many times you try, okay? Just leave me alone. Go away.
Is there some reason you want to be alone?
Anna, my best friend was just killed. How would you feel?
I see. You and Anna were really close. I'm sorry. But I'm just doing my job. If you think of anything you want to talk about, contact me, okay?
That'll never happen. I don't really like the police.
Well, we're gonna remain here regardless, though. Pestering you.
Mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
I've got nothing to say.
Maybe this will change your mind.
And that's?
Anna's diary. Let me read you a part that I find very interesting. Dear Diary, today's the day of the ceremony, and I'm a little nervous about it. Any idea what this ceremony is?
No idea.
Okay. What about these, then? He doesn't let anything slip. I'm really worried about Becky. Delivery man Q won't be able to protect Becky. Your name twice. An unnamed he, and then this delivery man Q. You don't want to talk? Or are you too scared to talk?
Stupid cops. Just leave me alone.
Zach, this is a problem. How can we get her to open up? Maybe we should start with the easy one and look into delivery man Q.
Well, luckily for us, there's a very clear pattern about how the people in this town are named, which doesn't really leave very many candidates for who that could be. Okay, we got that now. That new lead to sort of focus on, even though we pretty much knew that already. But before we follow up on that completely, I'll take a little detour. And head to another location of the ones that are sorta, kinda, I would say adjacent to her house. That's what I was about to say, but I think her house is just far removed from the road enough that nothing is really actually adjacent to it. Or it is in, I guess, sufficient proximity to it. Probably be a better way of putting it. We're just gonna go ahead and take a turn here, and usually fairly close to a 180, so one of the rare occasions where the handbrake buttons actually put you in a pretty good position. Not sure if this is quite the fastest way to get to the front of the place that we're heading to right now, but well, we'll get there in the end anyway. Down Nightbird Way. Another lengthy stretch of road on the outside of town, which, given what it ends up connecting to, seems a little superfluous, but well, we're getting closer to it now anyway. I don't think there's even anything else that is along this road. Here we are. Come to the fancy art gallery, but we're not going to stay here for terribly long. Blow up some things and not find anything, and we can blow up some other things and hope we find something, but we have no assurance. Well, there's some stuff in the distance that we can tell we're going to find because we can see it from where we are now. What about this? Well, only one of these things yielded anything, but oh, we'll manage. Got 3 of these things back here after all. Oh, handy. Also got the onions. Infinite pile of onions is actually one of 3 locations on the map, I believe, where you can find these two very handy things next to each other. We can find an infinite pile of food, and right beside it we can find a place we can sleep. So if we want to pass the time until we get to a moment that's a bit more distant, if you will, we'll come to one of these places and hang out. Just sleep until we get to the time that has the conditions that we're after, and then you lose health rapidly if you have an empty hunger bar. And you do lose hunger rapidly if you sleep a lot, but thankfully there is an infinite food pile right next to the thing, so, and pretty sure you can't actually starve to death while you're sleeping because of the way that sleeping works is that it always replenishes your health while you're sleeping, so that overrides any health you might end up losing from being starving, but not that it matters a whole lot. Let's take a peek inside the gallery as well. And like I indicated, there is a reason that we are creeping into all these places, but it's gonna be just a little longer before it becomes evident. For now, I believe we are down here. Actually, wait a minute. say we are down here, but I think there's one more thing we gotta do. Which I'm not quite sure if we did. Maybe been too distracted by talking about the mechanics, but if we head back to the infinite onion pile that's back here. Let's send a few of these things into the toolbox. There's not a need to send too many of them there, but might as well send like 5, even though I don't think we'll need anywhere near that many. You know, for all I know, I actually did this before and I just forgot, but yeah, we'll need at least one of those for later. So, let's not forget to do that. I mean, we can get onions from other places, but since we're here to take a peek inside, might as well have a gander at that old reliable pile and make it our primary source. And now we head back into town, at least for a little bit. And there should be something else that's on the way that right along this road where we can find another little collectible. Oh, there was an agent. There's multiple agent owners behind these like giant piles of lumber, actually, but I did not think they would be there, so I did not try to make my way back there. Oh well, it's not terribly important. Not on this occasion, anyway. And here we go. If we take a look at this lot that's off to the side of the road here, we have caught a glimpse of something that's going to be on the far end of this place here. And that is not just a barrel that we can easily blow up and another pair of boxes that has plainly visible agent owner behind it. Not quite. That's a little more than that. Of course he only needed one more shot. Oh well. This time it's actually in front of us, so we will be grabbing that right away, but we'll also get the right hand bone from a human.
A human bone?
Yeah, we've been over this as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure he does the exact same little musing to himself scene, no matter how many of these you find. I think the only significant difference, quote unquote, can happen, as I kind of accidentally discovered earlier, was if you end up losing a lot of health from a combat scene or what have you, so that you're limping. And then you go around and find out of those bones. It like focuses the camera on the part of like York's body that his face would be at when he's limping, but then he like straightens out, so
where shall we go next?
During those couple seconds when the when he's talking to himself, the camera's not focused on his face at all. But that is not the case right now, so let's not be too concerned about that. Now let's head over here to the other bar in town, the Surge 65.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out?
We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
You can peek into the bar and have a look inside. It sure is a very wooden shack, country kind of bar, I guess. But right now we're gonna save for a moment after we get that little observation bonus. And have a look back here. Can blow up some of these, which may or may not. Yeah, there we go. Lead to us finding another blue agent honor, but we can click that. The red one that is thankfully just right there, and we're actually gonna have to wait a while to do the next thing that we want to do here. So I will go ahead and do that. The way we advance time rapidly, if we are so inclined, is by smoking these deadly cigarettes. We're gonna advance time a little bit until it's just before 4. And now a few things should be different, such as Richard being here. He's trying to dash past me to get into his trailer. Or we can snoop around ourselves and... No, I'm pretty sure he's in. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Well, never mind. I guess we just saw him get inside, but for some reason we're just not allowed to actually get in there. Maybe until it actually... Oh, it's raining. Okay. It actually hits 4 and we magic this FBI tarp that we wear around our torso. Even though that clearly doesn't cover our arms or legs, so it's only so useful. Well, I guess we're gonna have to wait a few more minutes before the doors here will actually open up. Funnily enough, you know, it's actually random whether or not it will rain at this point or at any point for that matter. And it did not rain when I was testing some parts of this earlier, when I did this part. And there is a certain condition that we may be able to get done a little bit sooner if it's raining. In a little while still, so that will probably be nice, but first let's just hope that it hits 4 o'clock soon so I can actually do some things around here. I don't actually know if this guy's trailer is going to open at 4, but I would expect... Okay, yeah, he is. Not the other guy. The other one that's to the left of this one, which is where we actually want to examine some things. Hopefully that one will. We don't actually want to do much in here, just like get inside so we can have it in our wheelhouse of knowledge. And also steal his black coffee. Can't go intruding into people's bedrooms without a search warrant. Oh well, there's also this, but we're not gonna mess with this right now, I don't think. Number 30. I may have to look into that one a little bit later though, but I don't think we can even play the darts minigames right now, at least not properly. But more importantly, let's head over from Richard's trailer into this one here, which is Quint's trailer. Not that that will be terribly obvious until we actually come inside and we see Quint, who we have not met yet, but let's grab the Quint spike tank car that's in here to make it a little more obvious. Let's grab another Agent Honor and let's open his fridge to steal something from him besides a cola this time, which I think cola and black coffee and I think root beer are the best items you can find for
I'm FBI Special Agent
recovering
Francis York Morgan.
fatigue.
So Anna was killed, but why does that bring the FBI here?
I have an interest in murder cases involving young women.
Well, you know, man, this might just be another case to you, but it means the death of a friend to me. I don't want you taking this lightly like it's just another case.
I never take anything of this nature lightly, I assure you. I'm here to apprehend the perpetrator who did this.
Yeah, because local enforcement can't shine their own boots, right?
Good point. You can't always count on the police now, can you? But that doesn't mean you're going to capture the perpetrator yourself, Quint.
How do you know my name?
I memorized the name of every citizen before arriving in town. I also know about you and your significant other.
You mean Becky?
Don't underestimate the FBI. We know and see everything.
I'm sorry if I was a little harsh. I want to help, I do. Okay?
Okay, Zach, I'll tell you how I knew his name. He's got a small Q on his hat. That was the only name beginning with Q that I could think of. He was even kind enough to tell us his girlfriend's name. I can read him like a book, Zach.
Well, you were also talking about Jaws earlier, so I guess that's thematical resonance. Ever heard of someone called Delivery Man Q? Well, this is coming out of left field. What are you trying to find out? Doesn't ring a bell. Well, he's also the only person in town that has a name that starts with Q, so... What of Quentin Becky goofing off together? Adolescence at its best. Rich philosophy too? Nope, there's a real deal hidden behind it. Boys will be boys. And there's his bike, which is very picturesque. So let's just hang out back here by the shelf and wait for him to come over by the shelf, and then what could this be? Was he making tea in his bike tank?
Zach, look at this red powder. This must be what Delivery Man Q was transporting.
Very unique strain of oolong, I don't know. But we're not gonna just immediately confront him about it. We're gonna go about things a little bit differently. And by differently, I mean very indirectly, since we're not gonna, rather than just bring it up with him at all right now. Gonna drive all the way back to, hold on a minute, okay. Gonna drive all the way back to Becky's place, which is, well, it's not that far off compared to where some of the other places are, but I wanna go directly down that road to get back over there. That would just take too long. Instead, we wanna head back through the tunnel, which would at least...
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
Be a tiny bit faster. That we're driving through the rain. I'm sure everything will be just fine. We're also, you know, still working off this same fuel tank as we did before. Which is kind of less than ideal, but considering how this thing just burns through its fuel at a breakneck pace, but we should have more than enough of the stuff to get us through what we're trying to do here, hopefully. Ostensibly. Something I would like to presume. And which I guess we'll find out. Still don't know if, you know, using the siren boost actually makes you consume more fuel or not. Or at least I can't think of like any part of the game where that would actually be a like really important yes or no question. Also tearing up the car a bit, but that's fine. I don't think we'll make it fall apart entirely before we are done with what we're doing right here. So now that it's raining, we can actually go behind the house and find something that would not be there otherwise. Not here, a little bit farther back. here in the corner of this, like, walkway.
This flower. There's something very mesmerizing about it. I wonder what it's called. I'll take one with me and ask someone later.
We just refer to it as flower with no name. I don't know if we actually ever get an answer for what the name of the flower might be, but we can only find a few patches of it scattered here and there while it is raining. It does not show up otherwise. But now that we've collected that, let's get back inside. And have another chat with Becky. Maybe she would be interested in hearing about what we've discovered. What do you want? Well, I want to show you this.
Where'd you get that?
Quint's trailer. He's delivery man Q, isn't he? You don't have to hide it any longer. I'm on your side. Will you tell me everything you know?
Yes, he's delivery man Q. But he's got nothing to do with Anna's death. So please just leave him alone, okay? I beg you.
That all depends on what else you can tell me, Becky. His being delivery man Q doesn't prove he had nothing to do with Anna's murder. Is there any way to get him to make a statement about this?
Okay. Just wait here. Give this to Quint and tell him I can't accept it.
Oh boy.
That's all I can do. Don't ask me for anything more. You'll get us both killed.
Zach, I was hoping we'd get a little bit more out of her.
But that's okay. We'll get more when we hand over the ring. Let's go give Mr. Delivery Man Q a visit and see what happens.
Oh, I'm sure we'll get a lot more. Can't imagine that this kind of thing could lead to any sort of lightness.
No, I can't. No.
And yeah, I guess she's just hanging out near the door and doesn't sound like she's having a great time, but we'll go deal with the remainder of this. And hopefully it stays raining for like the next hour at least, which is the only time I should need, because we're actually close to the time limit for, you know, activating the story thing, as you might have noticed, but I should have enough time to deal with that anyway. Yeah, we're gonna have to go to another place before we actually head over to the police station, though. I don't remember exactly where it is, but I'll figure it out.
So, where shall we go next?
Well, I think you know where you're going next, by the way. We're going back to Quint so we can close out this little saga of bizarre intrigue, which is ostensibly unrelated to the actual murder, but they're not drawing any conclusions quite yet. And hopefully, you know, we'll be able to get to all these places that I'm trying to get to and get to the police station at the end without just running out of gas. But even if I do run out of gas, hopefully I'll be able to at least get to the end of the tail end of where I'm trying to get to. Regardless. And the bar is over on the right. Hold on, might as well turn here. here we are again. There goes one of the empty talk options, which I'm sure would have given us one of the super secret talk clips that you get if you have a conversation with York at exactly 4:20. But well, he does like to blaze it all the time, to the point that all the characters rightly find it annoying. I would do the same thing if I were in their shoes, but right now, let's focus on talking to Quint instead. I will show you the engagement ring. It has Q2B carved into it, which is kind of poignant. I'm sure he'll know exactly what it's about.
Where did you get that?
Becky gave it to me. She also told me to tell you that she can't accept it.
Can't accept it? What does that mean?
Exactly what it sounds like, Quint. I think she was extremely worried about you. I'm just guessing, but she's been giving you the plants to make the red powder, hasn't she? Then you rode your bike out of town. You went on a trip, and you sold the powder somehow. You bought that ring with the money. That's why she gave me the ring. She wants to stop you from making any more trips. She doesn't want you to get involved anymore with this.
But I did all this for her. I started out delivering because I wanted the extra cash. But you know, things like this change over time. As you can see, her family is loaded, and I live in a trailer house. She's out of my league, you know? And so I wanted to be the kind of guy she could be with.
Quint, you already are. You didn't need money for that.
Have things gone too far? Because of me?
Not at all, Quint. You can do things over. You're still young.
Can you hold off on arresting me just for a little while? I want to apologize to her. And promise her that I'll never carry that junk again. Just give me a little time. Please? I'll turn myself in once I've talked to her, okay?
Zach, what is he talking about?
Huh?
Why would I arrest an innocent youth such as yourself? Quint, I'm busy with a murder investigation here. We can talk about health food another time, okay?
If you really want to confess, you could always try a church. What do you think, Zach?
It isn't much, but I want you to take this as a thank you gift.
I try churches as the one that is not really present
Zach,
in this
another
town.
young life saved. Good job.
Yeah, that has me thinking. I don't remember if there was ever like a prominently featured church in Twin Peaks either. And now I just want to be left alone, but I'll be very smoothly resolve that whole situation. I'm sure everything will be fine now. And we got slightly less than 40 minutes to get to the police station before that time limit is up for the day, but there's one other place where we have to kind of stop first, and it's right here. Okay, I was wondering where that was actually. So it's close to the darts bar and the milk barn, I think. Where's the milk? Oh, it is the milk barn. Okay, so it is actually close to the milk barn. So let's see. Go past the milk barn, then turn left, so we can go here. And from there, I hope we're gonna have enough, you know, gas and time left to make it to the police station before 5. I trust that that will be the case. If we can make it there in that time, then everything should be alright.
Nothing. Just my imagination.
Okay, now that we're here, we just keep driving down the road until we can turn left, which is actually north, down Manifest Street. Get some speed. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be just fine for the time. It's the fuel that I'm a little more worried about. And if we don't manage to turn, which we did manage to turn, we're gonna have to wreck the gate anyway. So we'll use the car to do that. And the reason that we wanted to come here instead of just heading over to the police station is that because since it is raining, we can grab a car that's not always available here. Look in the well. As it is full, we can actually collect that, which it is only full while it's raining. And we got the cigarettes card. I guess we can spend a little extra time here just to blow up the box and find another Agent Honor. Just another couple of Agent Honors actually just waiting for us. We do need money for quite a lot of things, as you might have noticed by now. Let's get that. Let's take a step back. I suppose what you could say, you know, this just popped into my head for some reason, but one of the main differences between this game and Mishara Falls in their similarity to Twin Peaks is that there is no, like, FBI involvement in Mishara Falls, from what I remember. It's all done in an entirely local fashion. I guess the closest thing you get to that in Mishara Falls is that one of the characters turns out to be like a former military guy who knows all about that secret shit that they were doing. But I mean, there was also a character like that in Twin Peaks who was not Cooper. So yeah, I suppose in that particular factor, Mishara Falls was actually an exception. And now we should finally be ready to make it to the police station. We should be able to make it more than under 1,000 yards with under 20% fuel left in the tank. How are we gonna get there though? Is the entrance the place that we're supposed to drive into? Might also be noticing this card icon that's to the left of us right now, but we're not able to get that as is right now. We'll be getting that later. Ooh. May not be too far off. As a matter of fact, I'm actually gonna be doing most of the you know, side quests and stuff, grinding early on, just because we're able to, but right now we're finally following along with what we're supposed to be doing. Had all day to do this, and now we're finally doing it.
That's one fine building for such a small town. The exterior woodwork is spectacular. Don't you agree, Zach?
Pleasure to meet you, Agent Morgan. We've been expecting you. I'm Thomas McLean, the sheriff's assistant.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please just call me York. It's what everyone else calls me.
Very well then, Agent York.
I believe I owe you a thank you for retrieving my belongings from my car. Thanks.
Oh, no, just doing my job. I want to help do everything I can to help the investigation. I just can't believe Anna was murdered. She was such a bright and lovely girl.
Did you know her well?
Well, No, not really. But it's a very small town. I'm sorry. It's just that this is the first really big case I've ever seen.
I understand. Just try to relax. Can I have a look at Anna's file now?
Yes, of course. The sheriff told me to let you through to the meeting room, but I've lost the key to the cabinet where the files are. Why don't you take a look around while I go look for it?
Okay. Let me know when things are ready. Zach, Thomas appears to be the kind and sensitive type, totally at odds with the monarch. Almost a good setting for a cartoon.
Of course, I would be thinking of it in those terms, but... Alright, let's have a quick save in here since we have a phone that we can use for free. Not very common, these. At least not in most settings, in the usual town settings. But before we head over there, we're gonna have to deal with a little conundrum. We can take a look around elsewhere. Can find a conference room where all we can really do is check the weather. Well, for some reason we can only use, this door and not this one. But we can check the kitchen, where we can shave if we really want to, even though there's not even a mirror here. And find this thing on the ground. It says Arnold on it. I wonder if that's the name of the owner. Couldn't be
Zach,
anything more gimmicky.
On this dumbbell. Arnold. I haven't met anyone by that name yet. Could it be the owner of this dumbbell? What do you think, Zach?
Well, we're just gonna stuff that into our inventory anyway. And also find gray squirrel keys in here. I just will pick that up. There's clearly no reason not to. And the turkey sandwich card, of course. Well deserved. I mean, it is one of the most effective food items in this game. And the locker room. This dude just standing here. Probably has nothing to do with the investigation, doesn't even have a name. Emily's locker in here. Curious as to what's inside, but we shouldn't be snooping around, and I probably won't find it funny either. There's also George's locker over here, which we can open. And find nothing inside. I take a look at the mirror, which I'm guessing is actually, a second render too. It's like a true reflection render in this game, which is quite something. Also long-tailed flying squirrel keys. And we got a toolbox and a suitcase in here. I think we'll actually go ahead and change out of this suit. I guess we can change into this suit if we really want to, but you know what, why not? Change our clothes and send these clothes for cleaning, which is an actual necessity. And now we're wearing this suit. We got the storage area and the material room, which is where Thomas went. Take a look in the storage area. Good. No doubt this Thomas's work too. Whoever gets to marry him will be spoiled rotten. Well organized, no matter where you look apparently, even though some of this stuff is like... could look a little tidier, but I suppose we're not going to nitpick. And also, though, over here in the corner...
A raincoat? Doesn't look like it's been used much, even though it rains here pretty often. What waste of nice fabric, eh, Zach?
Yeah, rather curious. Apparently, there's not much use out of the raincoats, even in a rainy place like this. What could it all mean? Well, now that we've had a look around there, let's actually head back over here into the office area. And inside, we meet guests in this room, the joy of small towns. And Emily's here. We can probably have a chat. if we, are able to get the icons. She has a blanket handy. I figure most women are prone to cold. She'd look better wearing something more fashionable than this dull uniform, agrees Zach. Well,
Hi.
would you perhaps show me around the office before the meeting starts? Got my hands full. Could you ask Thomas? Well, I don't think that's a good idea. I lost the key to the cabinet with the files. Asked me to take a look around the office until he finds it. Well, hope that doesn't take too long. And also, well, we found several keys. Everything I can help with, nothing I need help with. Won't you lend Thomas a hand looking for that key? Hardly know my way around the place. Hope to, but I got my hands full. No keys were allowed to be taken outside, so the keys should be somewhere in the office. Well, you need to have a lot of faith in protocol to believe that. But yeah, apparently she's so busy she won't even consider it. Well, here's George, and also George's
Zach, look at this.
wall, I suppose.
Oh, now this is something special. It's the epitome of the old frontier sheriff's office. It's perfect.
A stuffed deer's head on the wall. A flag, a hunting rifle. A hunting rifle. Amazing. You'd never see a hunting rifle on the wall of a police department in the city. That's just amazing. Wonder if the sheriff would ever let me shoot it.
Well, he's right here, so we should be able to ask him. Quite a serious character, though he likes to show off and is too eager to compete, which might be maybe what it takes. And also, it's just doing this now.
George, do you work out every day?
Of course, Agent Morgan. Exercise keeps me healthy. I haven't missed a day since I started in high school.
Now that's impressive. Remind me to get more exercise, Zach.
But I can't do my full routine today without Arnold. I haven't seen Arnold around since yesterday.
Arnold?
He's a training buddy of mine. His partner Sylvester misses him too. If you see Arnold around, let me know, will you? Can't finish my workout menu without him.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out for him.
And well, as it happens. You have Arnold right here.
Huh?
George, I found Arnold.
Really?
He was a bit hard-headed, but I got him to come back.
Huh? Oh, Arnold. Well done, Agent Morgan. Now I can work out using my normal workout menu.
Good to hear that.
Here's a little something to show you my appreciation.
What do you know? It's a trading card that shows.
So that makes us even.
These
I don't
things.
owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. No changes to how we work together. Just bear that in mind.
Zach, he needs some friends who aren't so dumb.
It would take quite a bit of force to be able to do this for a while. Something that we know the weights are legit. Which we have no reason to believe they aren't, surely. Anything else to say? We need to see that file. Could you help us look for the key? Well, to tell Thomas to sort this mess out himself, he needs to take how to learn. Take how to learn, yes, I said that correctly. Learn how to take responsibility. So no one wants to help out, so it's up to us to find the appropriate missing squirrel keys, of which we have found several, and this game also does have an unfortunate bug among the numerous bugs that it has, which is if you find certain items during a chapter which are designated as story keys, there's a small, well, I don't know if it's that small, there's a chance, let's just put it that way, that if you save after you find them and then you reload into that save before you use them, they will be gone from your inventory, so you won't be able to proceed, so that's unfortunate. Which is why we're not really going to be saving until the chapter closes out properly. Which won't be very long,
Found the key?
unfortunately.
I think so. Is this it?
You don't know your squirrels, do you? This isn't the right key holder. This is a Siberian flying squirrel. It's closer to a land-based squirrel. The Siberian flying squirrel is larger than the southern flying squirrel and has a standing tail while the southern has a hanging tail. But we're looking for a southern flying squirrel right now.
You sure do know a lot about squirrels.
Yeah, it's a little inconvenient to have these minutia of squirrels be like the things that tell these keys apart.
You found the key.
In this department,
I hope so.
But well, we found a few keys to be sure.
No, this is a sugar glider. Sorry, wrong key. The sugar glider is a small gliding possum. It has shorter hair and a longer column-like tail. You can really see its muscle definition on this image, can't you? But we're looking for a southern flying squirrel right now.
Zach, can you tell these things apart?
Well, here's another thing that isn't even a squirrel, apparently. I wonder if the animals that we saw at the beginning that were like making monkey noises.
You found the key.
Or any of these.
Is this the one you were looking for?
No. This is a gray squirrel. Sorry, that's not the key. Nothing particularly special about the gray squirrel, I'm afraid. You can find them in the US, Canada, and in England, too.
A gray squirrel. What was I thinking?
But we're looking for a southern flying squirrel right now.
And that's all we have to say about that right now. Well, we have not looked in every corner of the station, as you'll see. We can also go downstairs here into this place, which looks a little bit like... Well, I think the way that the stairs are laid out are pretty reminiscent, actually, of... you know, the stairs leading down to the holding cell area in the Miserna Falls Sheriff Station, but... the way these hallways kind of look reminds me a little bit of Resident Evil 2, I dare say. At least the original version. We also have the shooting range here, where we get another squirrel key here, by the way, striped squirrel keys. And I think you can actually get items by, you know, shooting the things. Possibly, potentially. And if it's... yeah, that's gonna happen with every one of the things here, but I'm fairly sure that with at least one of them. If you are sufficiently insistent, you can... well, maybe not this one. Oh, never mind. Item acquired. What item is it, though? First aid kit small, I guess we'll pick that up. I don't think that any of the items you can get by doing this are particularly notable, though, so... we'll just excuse ourselves now. So you got the shooting range on one side and the holding cells on the other. That seems like it could be a little dangerous if things get mixed up, but it's also not the worst that could happen. XYZ 202, 203. For some reason that's the formatting for all of these, 101, 102, and 201, etc. Also the curvy-tailed flying squirrel keys just left inside one of these cells, which also doesn't seem like that should have happened, but... well, who knows how they handle the quirks of running things around here. There's definitely quirks, that much is unquestionable. At this point I should think and say. Well, let's just run around with a gun at the police station. 100% Thomas with these last couple of keys that we found. There's the striped squirrel keys.
You found the key.
I hope this is the right one.
You found a Siberian chipmunk this time, have you? Sorry, wrong key.
A Siberian chipmunk?
This species lives in northern Japan on the island of Hokkaido. They're actually quite a popular pet.
So it isn't even a squirrel.
But we're looking for a southern flying squirrel right now.
I don't know, he made that comment about it not being a squirrel that time, but not when he brought up the one that was actually a possum, I think he said.
You found the key.
But this time...
That's the right one?
Yes, a southern flying squirrel. Thank you so much. I'll bring the files right in, so please go to the meeting room.
Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Well, Zach, we just got here, and we've cracked a big case already.
Kelly does look really pleased after that.
The victim's name was Anna Graham. Age 18, she just recently graduated from high school this year. Her dream was to move out to the city and become a model. But for the time being, she was working in the A&G diner here in town. She lived with her mother, Sally. Anna's father died in an accident in the lumber mill when she was a child. Her mother is unemployed and lives on the insurance money from her husband's accident. After all, it's a small town with a low cost of living. Financially, they seem to get by fine, and they led normal lives.
A normal life is exactly what a curious teenager doesn't want. It's all starting to make sense, Zach.
City folk, huh? No, I take that back. All of them can't be as bad as him, and some should have better manners.
Huh. This is a good biscuit. I've never tasted a biscuit this delicious.
Where in town can I get these?
Well, actually, I baked them myself.
That's amazing. What are you doing in law enforcement? I'm very particular about biscuits, I'll have you know. The balance of milk and butter you've achieved here. Oh, my.
Agent Morgan, the autopsy's ready. You are welcome to accompany me to the Greenvale General Hospital. Emily, you come too. Thomas, stay here and tidy up these files.
Yes, sir.
We're going to use the car outside. Let's get going. You might think this is just a small-town police investigation, but our inspections are thorough and solid. I'm hoping you won't slow us down.
Well, we'll see about that. I'm afraid the progress of things is gonna have to be slowed down at least a little bit, because we actually won't be heading straight into the next chapter quite yet. We got quite a bit of money rolling in from all the stuff that we collected during that particular chapter. We'll override that data. But we'll actually be skipping through here.
George.
Because, like I mentioned, we're actually gonna pop out to the title screen for a second so that we can reload that and then load game, but instead of just resuming, we will actually go to chapter 2 again, when that we've just finished. Oh yeah, still quiet, but that's whatever. We don't have very many cutscenes like that throughout the game, I don't think. And I'll just little introductory thing, because we're gonna do another run through of this chapter to get some of these optional collectibles. We're actually gonna do a couple of these run throughs again, but probably just gonna do one of them now. it probably isn't gonna take that. Actually, never mind, we might do both, because the second one is gonna take significantly less time. But yeah, we're very much on try to get every little thing possible right now. Mode.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
And that largely is because we are in the early game and we have a good chunk of opportunities to do that now. And after a certain point we will be slowing down on that and just focusing more on the story, but right now we are going to be doing this, which is, I think if you look at one of the hotel windows, we actually get teleported to the area that we're heading to right now, which is behind the hotel. Which is where we're headed right now, so that we can find another card. Hold on. Yeah, we did get the infinite wrench from that one dude's side quest, and I mean, I'm pretty sure the reason that it's called the infinite wrench is because it has infinite durability, which is something that you do need to manage with the melee weapons in this game. They will break after a certain point unless they are infinite, and there's also other infinite weapons which are, you know, actual firearms which just have infinite ammo. Which, as you might imagine, will be quite handy when we actually get a hold of them, but I think it'll be a bit of a minute before we get our first one of those, but once we do, we'll get a lot of use out of it. Or we should. I mean, this one's already an infinite firearm, the one we're using right now, but it doesn't really have great firepower. In spite of that particular circumstance. Actually, hold on, I can literally just bring out the wrench and it'll be easier to just whack these barriers out of the way. And something else that you'll notice with melee weapons is that unlike with firearms, you can actually walk around while having them drawn, quote unquote. So we'll be, I guess for the immediate present, using the wrench to clear these barriers and go ahead and fish. And I think there's one of the fishing cards that's a little bit trickier to acquire. So let me check my notes real quick. We're aiming for the knife icon to the right of the Emily icon. So I think this is one of the ones where either the marker is in a weird place or you get like parts of the stuff on the screen obscured once we actually bring it up. Oh, what about too late? But we'll see. Nope, we got it. And that's how we get the Polly Oxford card. Been getting pretty lucky with these, fishing sequences so far, though. Oh, wait a minute, what? Okay, apparently we can't, need to, like, shoot off the, yeah, we need to shoot off the lock, god damn it. It would have been better to do this little path on the way back, but as long as I'm here, I'll go ahead and go get that. I'm pretty sure there's a few more things that we can pick up over on the other dock pier thing. So we'll head over there real quick. Oh, we have to actually climb down a ladder here to even get there. Would it have been easier to, I don't know, put a little ramp there or something? I'm not even talking about from like a game design perspective, I'm talking about a in-universe perspective. Watsonian perspective, as you will, although this one. But we got some worm bait, so that's quite convenient. We'll be getting a bit more of that too quite soon. So we got another one of those agent honors from over here. Is there anything else over here, or is it just a fishing spot? It's just a fishing spot. So now we head back. That is after I figure out if this can be destroyed, and it can, but didn't drop anything. So I will whack this padlock out of the way. Shove myself through the door, and now we can just head back and get out of here. And I believe it is at the end of this replay that the just moving around the town should get a lot faster in general. And the reason why we've been peering into all these places should become apparent. For now, though, we're just gonna continue to get around the normal way. Also, hopefully this pulse meter doesn't fill up all the way. Keep an eye on that. I don't think it really has any negative effects beyond you just can't run or do anything like that until it empties again, and it does empty quite a bit slower if you manage to get it all the way filled up. It basically leaves you vulnerable for a bit if you're in a situation where that's relevant, but otherwise it's not the biggest of deals. And I'm kind of trying to think of something to talk about, and it just kind of keeps coming back to drawing the comparison between this game and Mr. Falls. And I'm pretty sure that if we talk at this point, he just repeats the the same conversations that we had during the initial run through of this chapter. If you want to listen to those again, but probably not right now. We already heard about the killer tomatoes, the deadly spawn spiel, which I don't think I've ever seen that film or even like a trailer for it. And the stuff after. Something about a martial arts movie, but with a spy, and also Jaws, which didn't even mention at the time. That what I probably would have ended up focused on if I had written that spiel is how a lot of people don't think about the fact that Jaws was actually a book first, written by Peter Benchley. Much like the vast majority of films that, just films in general, are hugely based off of books, but instead of being original, but pretty sure that goes in particular for any films that Steven Spielberg ended up producing. I'm pretty sure that his first feature film actually was called Duel, and it was based on a story written by Richard Matheson. It was the same guy who is probably best known for writing the novel I Am Legend, which had a number of different adaptations throughout the years. And the first and to date most faithful adaptation, though, is The Last Man on Earth, starring Vincent Price, which was made in like 1964, I think. Thereabouts, maybe a little bit later, I don't quite remember. But I think the novel, I might be completely off on this, but I think the novel came out in the, I want to say the 50s, but I'm scared that I'm like super way off on that, because I remember that Richard Matheson actually died not terribly long ago. He died about 10 years ago. I think he actually died, maybe not exactly, but exactly 10 years ago, but he died in 2013 at any rate. I mean, that is exactly 10 years ago, but what I mean by not exactly necessarily is that, I don't know if he died like in October of 2013, for example. But yeah, he did quite a lot of other things that ended up being quite influential in that kind of theater. But, oh yeah, we just got a comment from New York that I pointed to the menu that I might want to eat soon, but I think I can hold that off for just a little longer. Oh yeah, and something else that you'll notice about chapter replays, you cannot save during them, you can only save after you get to the end of one. So it can be a little unwieldy depending on what you're trying to do with them, but I'm sure we'll be fine. But since this is counted as a separate day, for, you know, game mechanics purposes, we can talk to Lily again. And if we talk to her again...
Hi, Agent York. Do you have a moment or two?
Well, maybe just one if you need something. What's up?
Actually, I've got another favor to ask you.
What kind of favor?
We don't have room in our storage for the new shipments that came in today. I know you just tidied it up, but I was wondering if you could help again. Of course I'll reward you again. This time with our silver card.
How is this different from the last one?
You get a bigger discount than the bronze card. That means even more savings.
I see. That sounds like a fair deal. What do you think, Zach?
Well, how could we refuse?
Thank you, hun. The storage room is this way.
I mean, this does seem like the only major retailer with their to raise vegetables to be able to easily make signs above the produce there. And whatever the other one on the left said. Probably should have stopped to look at it a little more. Anyway, I need to figure this out before. For the overhead view. Oh, I don't quite remember. But yeah, the main thing that you need to be aware of with this one is that it's not obvious that you know, the starting position for that box that I just pushed is also one of the end positions for any one of these boxes. I think, if I remember, the main thing you gotta do first is move these two here and then... and he's also like, damn it, I'm hungry, I'm tired. If we push this box here, we can push it up, but before we do that, we're gonna wanna push this box up, because only this box can go into this space in the top left, I'm pretty sure. It's pretty simple if you remain just... Actually, I might have just messed up, hold on. Did I mess up? Oh, I think I did. I should have pushed this, well that's okay, we can just restart. So we need to push the one at the bottom out into the other part of the hallway, but yeah, we sound like we get like limited chances to do this. So do that, and then push this out. I don't know why I didn't just do that before. And now we can do the thing and not be locked out of success. I was talking about Richard Mason before, right? I'm just kind of trying to figure out if I wanted to say anything more about that dude before I just dropped the subject entirely, I guess. Okay, so let's push this all the way up and then... all we need to do is push the other one down and to the left, and we should be good. The only other thing that comes to mind is that Mason also wrote the Twilight Zone episode Little We Are Lost, which funnily enough was the pretty much the basis for the movie Poltergeist, which I believe
Good work,
Spielberg
Agent
also
York.
produced.
I knew I could count on you.
Oh, it wasn't that difficult.
We were taught in school that the police are there to help the people. It turns out they were right. Here's your reward then. I'll exchange your bronze card for a silver card.
You acquired silver card, which I believe gets you
There aren't that many people in this town that
a
have one of
30%
those.
discount as
It's a
opposed to a
pretty rare
10%
item
one.
to have.
So it's a real treasure. I'll be sure to keep it safe then.
You should use it to buy a gift for that special someone. We'll give you a big discount.
Unfortunately, I don't have anyone to give such a gift to.
Really? Come on. Well, anyway, be sure to come by again.
Well, furthermore, do we even have that many things in this store that could be framed as gifts for someone? And now that we've got that card in hand, maybe possibly talk to Keith.
Bro!
Oh, wait a minute. How's the merchandise? I just realized I didn't pick up that card earlier. Hold on. So before we even continue talking to him, let's get the card here. A Grecouch guitar. Which looks a little bit different from the real deal, as we'll come to find out, but... What else do you have to say? You're just browsing? Okay, it's the same thing that he said before.
Hey!
Doesn't like it when people browse, I suppose. And now that we've gotten a better discount card in hand, we can buy more batches of worms. Which we're gonna be needing, and well, maybe not too badly, but I'll buy like 4 batches. Probably won't be needing more than that. And we're also gonna buy a thing of cheddar cheese, which we will be needing later. I think that's everything. And there we go. Also buy some more food from Lily to, you know, fix her hunger problem that we probably are having right now. But before we do that, let's get the coffee milk out of our inventory. It's pretty weak sauce, as you can see, for this purpose, even though we have a couple of them. But what we really want to use is either the cola or the... Well, the cola isn't even that much better, but the black coffee is what we really... we'll really get more out of, basically. Let's get, I guess, a lollipop. Next thing to solve is the hunger problem that we have. Get the donut, the kind of pickles, yeah. Okay, never mind, maybe we don't really need to buy much of anything. Pop one of the onions. Don't eat the cheese though, we're gonna be needing that later. For some more, which will probably, yeah, just have to repeat something that we've already heard, but...
Hi there.
As long as we're here, we can also buy from her 3 more of these black coffees, which are quite effective, as we've already divined. And maybe something else that we can eat later. I don't know if we're really gonna need that, so probably not. Turkey sandwich is quite expensive for this type of food, but... pretty sure turkey sandwich is like the most effective food item in the game. Even if we don't need it that badly right now. It did just get filled up on that, but anyway, now that we've done that... where are we going? We are going to... the place that's close to the hospital. Let me figure out how to... Is it close to the hospital? No, it's not actually. It's close to the park. Or at the very least, relatively close, as in we get to this place by way of a road that's close to the park road. Or connected to the park road. It's less and less of an adjacency thing, the more I talk about it, but even so.
Speaking of 80s movies.
Speaking of 80s movies, I was going to talk about something else, actually, before I even got into that tangent about Joss and Richard Matheson and Spielberg, but it was about another aspect of how this is kind of an odd product, this game, considering that it's both heavily based on Twin Peaks and Missouri Falls, which itself was based on Twin Peaks, but when you think about it, not quite as heavily as this game is, in a few aspects anyway. Because in Twin Peaks, if you remember, it starts with like the whole driving question of the show is the murder of Laura Palmer, but shortly after the beginning of the show, there's a different girl that shows up that was like connected to that whole situation as well, and she ends up like dying as well. Because she's in like a really frazzled out state, and I think she dies in the hospital. And that's pretty much what happens with that other girl, Ronette Pulaski, in the show, is what happens to one of the other characters in Return of Falls, but one of the main differences in Return of Falls is that in that game the main girl that people are like worried about isn't actually dead, she's just missing. Whereas, you know, Laura Palmer is found dead, so she's definitely dead, and the girl that's found dead, well, at the beginning of this game, Anna Graham, she's definitely dead.
Tremors. I think Fred Ward was in it.
And now I'm once again broken off my line of thinking from a moment ago. So I'm thinking about who could have possibly been in the Tremors sequels. Because Kevin Bacon was like one of the main characters, at least. I don't know if he was like the main character, but one of the main characters in the first Tremors movie. But I have no idea who was in the sequels. If he was even like in any of those, for that matter. But yeah, quite a few. It's kind of funny because this thing, like I said, it's dynamic closeness / departure that this game has to these two different works that it's derived from, and one of them in Twin Peaks in kind of a meta level. It's derived from Twin Peaks directly, but also indirectly, not as much by virtue of it being derived from Return of Falls. But anyway. Probably shouldn't try to continue to explain that in wait, what am I doing? Hold on. I don't want to go down here yet, not right now anyway. The reason we came over here is to go to that icon on the right, which is the checkpoint race, of which we'll be doing all of them right now, I think. But yeah, probably shouldn't be trying to explain the point that I'm trying to do. About the sort of degree of relation that this game has to those other two things. At least not while I'm trying to just come up with that explanation on the fly. It probably won't make much sense. What probably will, or what hopefully rather will make sense, is this little race. So what's quite nice about these races is that, as you'll notice, the fuel meter and the damage meters are turned off, so you can just do this without having to worry about those. And also you get this, speaking of derivative stuff, you get this little rocking song, which sounds suspiciously similar to a certain other song. Which pretty much leads to, it's pretty universally accepted, even though I'm pretty sure it's technically an official name that it's given. There is one riff that is kind of missing from that part that would really cement the imitation, but I guess you can't have it like completely one-one, or it would defeat the purpose of it being a parody. And not just a copy. Other than that one riff at the end of that phrase, though, it's so poignant. I believe this is the last one, but I believe we're coming up on the last one here. Thankfully, this should be, these races should all be pretty simple to clear. If one knows what one is doing, which hopefully I do at this point. And you don't really get anything just for clearing the race, but it does open up the path to that thing. Which means that now we have to actually get over there. hopefully not fall apart while we're in the process of doing that.
Now, Joel Gray's daughter is, of course... That's right, Jennifer Gray.
I don't know why it is, but every single time I figure out the name Jennifer, I can't think, but... I'd help but think of either Jennifer Connelly or Jennifer from Clock Tower, who is based on Jennifer Connelly. It's actually pretty hard for me to think of any other people called Jennifer that would be more likely to spring to mind with that name. We do get quite a nice payout of agent honors after clearing a race. On top of, actually being able to access what's over here, which is the next trading card, the Sally Graham trading card. I guess you can see the relation between, the character and the location, because we did hear earlier that apparently her husband that she had Anna with ended up dying in an accident in the lumber mill. It was mentioned very much in passing, but it was mentioned. And now, shall we just head over here to this nearby dirt path that goes kind of northeast away from there, even though it can be kind of confusing if you're looking out for this next thing and you don't know, about this little detail, because the next thing that we're looking for, as you might have guessed by looking at the map, is another fishing spot, which is the one that's over here, but there's also a fishing spot that's over there. On that kind of pier that stretches out from the lumber mill grounds themselves. So let's see, I believe the next couple of cards that we're going to be fishing for are also going to be pretty tricky. But fortunately I do also have a bit of a mnemonic for this. There's going to be a pink present icon, and there should be a fish icon 2 spaces to the right of that one. There's going to be some blacked out squares on the edges, and when the fish icon reaches the first one on the left side, that should be the time to press the button. But first we need to get a hit, as usual. Here we go. Let's see if we can get it on the first kill. Maybe? Possibly? Nope, it went over. So I need to do it a little bit earlier than I did that time. Oh, and also York's ties just clipping through his entire body. That's so embarrassing. Can you believe it when you show up to the office and your tie just clipping through your torso? Okay, let's try this again. Oh, I was a little too slow to react to the fish icon the first time. Okay, let's see if we can get it this time. Nope, that time it stopped earlier. And now he's got it. Oh god. He's got an additional part of his tie. I was gonna say, is there a second tie, or is that just like the smaller flap that's usually behind the main part of the tie when you tie it properly? So I'm pretty impressed that they, render those two separately. Well, this has been the first time that we've messed up at any of the fishing minigames, but I feel entirely justified considering that this is definitely one of the trickier ones. And I think that, like I may have mentioned, the next one of these that we'll be doing will also be quite something, but I wish we could, actually get hit so I can more properly quantify that. Okay, let's see if we can actually get it this time. Please stop there. Thank you. And there's how we get the Harry Stewart card, even though we haven't even seen Harry at all yet. Oh yeah, and the I didn't even realize this, but okay, I was gonna say the suit that we're wearing is like using a different render, but I don't think that's technically the case. I think just like we're wearing the same suit that we were wearing at the start of this chapter because we went back in time. That's probably what actually is the case. But anyway, we'll be heading through here. Now that we've collected that card, and we should be able to find a little something extra in here too.
Okay, Zach. I've been thinking about what movie I'd like to watch next.
Is that the one where the conversation where he talks about like the high school movies or whatever? Richmond High, which I haven't seen. PDK, who I know from Gremlins and only those movies, even though, like I said, most people who would recognize that name would probably know her as the girl who comes out of the pool at Richmond High. Or in Richmond High, I guess. Talking about the place like it's a location, or talking about the thing like it's a location, which it is in the movie, but we're talking, once again, trying to talk,
Zach, is
address
there
it from
something here that
the...
you want to check out?
We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
The Doylist perspective rather than the Watsonian one is what I was trying to say, but York does love to talk, but we can also pick up this human skull which we've just shot out of the tree.
A human bone?
Well, yes. We've been finding human bones. And now, like I suspected, we're gonna do another rather tricky fishing thing. Once we're done heading back into town, whenever we get to the end of this dirt road. After we collect some more of these honors, which are, you know, worth a pittance each, but at least we get a sequence of them. Yeah, I might have said earlier that... what was I saying earlier about the honors? I think it was like the only honors that you can get to spawn by shooting destructible things.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Are the blue ones, and I'm pretty sure that's correct, but I did not remember that you could also, you know, find the blue ones just lying around the world in pre-scripted places like this. Whereas with the red ones, you can only find them lying around the world in pre-scripted places like this. You cannot get them to spawn. But anyway, let's see. Let me check them out real quick to confirm what I think we're gonna have to do, and that's head over towards the police station, but then we'll have to head over here to where the wood path is. That's where we started the game. And there's a fishing spot right there that we're gonna have to do. So to get there, where are we right now? Okay, here. Okay, get to the end of this road by going to the right here, and then until you can't go any farther, then turn left and then right again. Yeah. And that'll be that. I wonder if I have any more rumination about media that I could do, given that York is now speechless, given that we've traveled back in time and exhausted everything that he has to say. What was the last movie I saw? I'm trying to think about that. There's a movie that I've been meaning, a group of movies actually, that I've been meaning to watch for quite some time now. And yet I don't find the time to do that. There's like a trilogy of movies. They're all... There's a trilogy of movies and then a standalone movie which came out before any of those did, which are kind of commonly joined by their country of origin and also their subject matter, which is Japan and Japanese ghost stories, or yokai stories, I guess you could say. There is a movie that came out in the 60s, I believe, called Kwaidan or Kaidan. I think both of those are names for a type of Japanese ghost story. And funnily enough, I'm pretty sure Kaidan is also a word for stairs that you can use. Even though I don't think the two are as poignantly related as some other word similarities, unless you go out of your way to point that out. But I'm pretty sure that one of the stories in Kwaidan is a really well-known ghost story from Japan called Hoichi the Earless, which was probably popularized by being included in the sort of collection of Japanese folklore that was written by Lafcadio Hearn. When he collected that, and then the other trilogy of movies that came out after that one are like, I don't remember what they're all called, but they all have some variation of like 100 yokai in the title, because that's another thing that's, I guess, a tradition, quote-unquote, related to Japanese ghost stories, where apparently people would just gather and like light 100 candles, and or just put on 100 lights and try to tell 100 ghost stories to summon shit, and then whenever they were done, then all of the shit that they were talking about would just be among them. And so it became kind of a meme that people would do that and then just quit when they were almost done because they were scared. But they made a trilogy of films in that same kind of time frame, with that being the theme. And I think the reason I ended up looking into all these films was that I was playing a lot of Neo recently. For the first time I finally managed to get to the end of the vanilla game of that, at least. And of course there's lots and lots of yokai in that game. I don't think there's anything that could be directly compared to any traditional definition of yokai in this game, at least. But then again, that's that may turn out to be debatable by the end of it. I mean, maybe you could say that the basic shadows, the zombie-like enemies, could be like something like an Onryo, maybe. A very loose interpretation. We're still not getting a hit, but I am kind of dreading the moment in which we do, because this is considered the hardest catch for a card in the game, I'm pretty sure. Fishing minigame? Yeah, we've been doing a few of these so we can collect a few collectibles which are only accessible by doing this. Oh boy. God damn it, I should have read the thing. Okay, hold on. Where's the fish? Okay. Oh shit. Well, I ran out of time to hit the button on my own. That stopped where I didn't want it. I was trying to look at my notes for, you know, what to look out for. To actually hit this thing at the right time, but I was too late. So I think what I want to do is hit the button when the indicator is on one of the icons that isn't. It's right after the present icon that isn't the big present icon. So either this or that. Hopefully I get it this time. Okay, there we go. And now we don't have to think about this one again. And yeah, it's kind of hard to catch shadow the stairs here if you're not looking out for them. This game seems much longer than I initially thought. Well, it is a bit of a chunky game for the kind of game it is, but it's nowhere nearly as long as some other open world games, if you want to like collect everything, for example, which is what I am doing right now. But definitely got quite a bit going for it. Speaking of which, where are we going now? We're going to drive back towards the objective right now. But we're not gonna go to the objective yet. We're just gonna go ahead and peer into the building for our own purposes, shall I say. Right, that the PC port is horrible, too bad, because it looks comfy. Yeah, I did talk about this earlier. For a bit, basically, I actually considered doing this with the PC ports instead of the technically distinct version that I am playing right now. For the purposes of this, but I ended up deciding against it simply because of the stacked effects of two specific things that plague the PC port. One of them being the crashes that happen quite regularly, and the other being the fact that it has an aiming bug where you are kind of locked into aiming into a very small area in the center of the screen, which might not even be that big of a deal, but it's just annoying, and it can make certain parts of the game, including a fight very, very late in the game, quite aggravating to deal with. And I couldn't find out an easy way to get rid of that, so... So I found an alternative. So let me see, now that I've gone ahead and done that, where do we need to go next? We are gonna grab another car. Presumably the one back here is not the same one that we came in with. And yes, I was correct. Hold on a minute. As long as we are here, so we'll take a moment to find this thing over here. Take a quick gander over here and see the collect the agent honor that I can plainly see. And now we're gonna get out of here. I guess we're gonna be reading ahead in the script a little bit, because instead of can we actually drive the car through here? And no, there's a fence. Get out onto the street this way. Probably can't get past this barrier, so I probably just goofed by coming over here. Oh well. Now we can kind of get past if we just go far enough. Okay, here we go. And if we head north here, that's... We can get to the hospital. I should probably confirm it, because we're going to the hospital next, but okay, not this way. Not this way at all, actually. Hold on. I think it's this way. Yeah, I guess. So the best way to actually get there would be for me to complete 180 right now. Turn right here, or turn left, I guess, from coming from the north, and come over here and turn on Adams Street. Oh jeez. You know, I believe there was a TV movie in the 90s called Cast a Deadly Spell, which apparently was sorta kinda supposed to be based on the works of H.P. Lovecraft. I don't know why that sprung to mind just now, but it did. I think that was one of those sort of mostly B-grade H.P. Lovecraft-based stuff that came out around that time frame, where they had Jeffrey Combs in the lead role. I think the first time that he ever did anything like that was Reanimator, which I think that kind of became a series of its own. I think I remember reading about a ridiculous amount of sequels on like IMDb once. Only to find out that apparently a bunch of them were projected sequels that never actually got made, so it was kind of weird to find it in that space, under that capacity. I'm sure there were at least 3 movies that actually were in existence, though. At least in that series, he did a bunch of other stuff that was sort of peripherally related to that, and then he had like a few cameo roles on similar productions that were mostly unrelated, and then he also played the lead role in the movie Would You Rather, which was made in 2012, I think. It's actually a little hard to recognize him in that movie. I've only seen him like in the other films he's in where he has no facial hair. Oh, wait a minute, I don't want to go in this direction. I want to turn here. Oh wait, I'm pressing the wrong button here. Just pressing R2, but I want L2 so I can get the little siren boost. And we came here to do the race, which hopefully should be no issue. I think I remember this one being a little bit trickier though, because it has really dumb kind of fake out turns where like it has one of the checkpoints near an intersection, but it doesn't make it clear in which direction it expects you to go. The ones that we're seeing right now are pretty obvious because they don't really have that problem, but I get the feeling that once we get a little bit farther, it might be different. Like right here, which way are we gonna go? We're gonna go straight ahead. Hopefully this one also has me go, you know, straight forward here, but then what? Do we have to make a turn here? Yes, we do, instead of going straight ahead. At least this time I was expecting it, so I didn't get completely faked out. And I'm pretty sure it happened more than just a couple of times, which was oh, see, there was another time right there. Almost went right past the stairs here because it's I mean, I guess we can't really keep going forward there. You have to turn the stairs here or else you can't go there with the car. But even so, it's like you have to be very much aware of that or you'll just keep on cruising on to the place that isn't the place you have to go. Oh well. I think the one on the heliport is the finish line. And sure enough it is. And now, unlike the last time that we did this, where we just have to go past the fence that opened up. We now have to walk all the way around the edge of the building, so let me see if I can make my way to the other side here, or at least as much of the other side as I can get to while on foot. I might as well get out of the car. Here, I guess it doesn't really matter, but where is the car going to be parked though? Because I'm pretty sure we...
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
Yeah, we've been over this York in the other timeline as well, but... it doesn't really matter where I leave the car parked in retrospect, because I think I'm just gonna go to the parking lot and grab another one that has, you know, an actual full tank and all that good stuff. But first I must explore the walkways behind the hospital here and find more agent honors, and more importantly, also find my way to the place here with the thing that I've unlocked ostensibly. There's also some basketballs there, which I don't remember if we can really manipulate. I think we can. Try to shoot the barrel. Which, you know, won't even destroy these barriers. You can just shove them around, but I guess you cannot destroy them. You probably can't really manipulate this thing, but I guess there's no greater purpose to it. At any rate, it's not like in System Shock 2 where you can find only one basketball in that game at the very beginning of the game, and holding on to it can lead to some very rewarding consequences, shall we say, but you have to pretty much have to know to do that. And we were also made aware of something we can shoot on this tree, so let's do that if we can get the cursor to line up. This sight, I guess, the laser. We have to be right in front of the edge of the tree, or what's going on? Why am I unable to line this up? Okay, here we go. And now we have the Brian the Insomniac card. And we can also shoot out this lock. And open up a shortcut pretty much to get outside. And now we just saunter off to the parking lot so we can find a different car. So where are we going next? Are we going to the last race? We certainly are. Fortunately, it shouldn't take too long to do the rest of the replay stuff after this, so we can wrap up. And the next one of these should be, well, the last one of these for now. I think, I say for now, but I think there pretty much are just 3 checkpoint races in the game, so we are in fact doing the last one now. Should be next to the police station. I'm trying to remember if this is like the best way to get there. I think it is. Instead of following further along the lake road. Oh fuck, did not realize I was about to get into a head-on collision with this fellow. Thank goodness that there is no, greater consequences like in Bizarre Falls for doing naughty stuff with your car. Pretty sure the worst that happens in Bizarre Falls, and which, to my memory, happens a lot more frequently because of how janky the handling is in that game. Even compared to this one, it's just that you maybe lose fuel a little bit faster. Not too sure if that actually happens in this one, but sometimes it certainly seems that way. Alright, so I'm pretty sure that pink square on the map, by the way, that's the house that we own. And that should be even more evident in whenever we actually get to the end of this replay day. And we see the option that will open up to us. Just up ahead we should have this final checkpoint race, the one that's around the school. May not be terribly clear that this is a school, but we'll come up to it and it will be terribly clear. And I'm pretty sure this is the longest one of these races, but that also means that you have the highest amount of time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I complain about you know, fake out turns in the last one, which was even worse with that. Like, where am I supposed to go after I hit this checkpoint, left or right? It's not right. Okay. It's better to just slow down and not assume anything. Just like with many other things in life. Guess we get to hear the music again. I don't believe this plays anywhere else in the game, to my memory. Then again, there are a few songs that do play at unexpected times during the game. Oh boy. Thankfully these cars will turn themselves upright again. Whenever that happens. I'm pretty sure there is a certain track which I only remember hearing at one point during the story, during my first run through the game, because I didn't do a whole lot of optional things, but on this playthrough, if my information is correct, I am expecting to hear it quite a bit sooner. But we will know about what it is when we get there, at the appropriate time. And you have to continue to do this checkpoint race while completely ignoring the green marker that, you know, shows us where we have to go for plot purposes, because we've already been there in a different timeline, you can see. Okay, literally just have to keep going forward here, even though that marker is off to the right of the road. This pretty much suggests that you're gonna have to turn, but oh well. And you can also improve the handling and other things about these cars, which I never did, because that's also dependent on doing side content, so guess I'll get to find out more about that in this run. Just got a few things that I did not get to experience in the game before this run, which I certainly do feel compelled to look forward to. This is technically not one of them though, because I did do the checkpoint races during my first run through this, to my memory. And well, you know, we have plenty of time left over, because you get a lot of time for this one. And now the way to the car that's been marked here on the map all this time is finally open. Well, let's go fetch it. I don't think we can get there. Like coming over here, no, that would be too simple, you see. You have to go around. Have to ignore all of the flickering shadows. It's a, you know, it's a quirk of the render that I have to use to help ensure the best stability that we can muster for this game anyway. Continue to be mindful of the pulse bar and don't let that thing fill up. And here we are in this big old dirt field. Woo! Get another sort of return on investment, even though it's more of just a straight up reward, given that we didn't really pay any money to do these races. And get the Keith Ingram card. I'll probably check out the cards that we've collected so far. So is there a shortcut we can get? It's probably gonna be on the outer fence. Here we go. Shoot off the lock. As is our want. Oh, then completely be facing in the other direction. And that takes care of that. And hey, what do you know? Here's Richard. We can observe him. Doesn't look too flashy on the outside, but there's quite a lot of customization under this one, so it must be Richard's car. You can tell because Richard is driving it. Might take a little bit of, advanced observation to really be able to reach that conclusion, but eventually. Oh, we'll get there. Because I don't want to do the race again, so let's stay away from that circle. But anyway, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's head back over to the east, or west side of town, I guess. Let's pass Richard. Thankfully yield to my mighty sirens. Even as we don't quite manage, oh god, to hit the speeds that I would like. It seems kind of unique in its way that it handles that. We're just losing speed. It's part of our siren usage. On top of that, I will just be a straight shot to where we're going now, which is the gas station. So let go of the button and see if that helps. Maybe a little bit. Let go of the accelerator and then press it again to see if we stop getting that weird slowdown. And apparently we did. So we got a couple of things to do in the gas station this time. Hopefully we'll get what's his face to come out first. And what do you know, he does. Even though we're going to be talking to both of the folks who hang out here today. Gonna be spending some more of our hard-earned money to get a bribe for this guy. Somehow it got more expensive. What do you know?
Benjamin, my good buddy, listen up. I got something new to tell ya. I'll tell you another one when I see you again.
Thank you, how helpful. Well, now that we went to that, and we do get a little return on investment whenever we spend money on giving that guy money, though. But as long as we're here, we might as well do something similar without. Well, got info, there may be a Ben Franklin or two, and off he goes. So, I guess for both of the people who live here, the notion of talking is what drives them off. You gotta keep coming out. Okay, now we're getting the opposite of what we got in the past. We actually want to talk to his wife now. Who apparently refuses to come out. Go figure. Shall we begin to count the attempts that we have to do to get her to actually appear? Oh, no, here she comes. And now all we gotta do is...
Uh-huh.
fill her up. But instead of fill her up, which actually probably would be a good idea, let's wash the car, which is somehow more expensive. Grand total of 6 times, I think. Yeah, 6 times. Even if it doesn't really need it. In fact, I don't know if any of the cars in the game can get to the point where, you know, this will actually make a difference. So that was 1. There's just 2. Go by her doing that goofy facial expression to identify how many times you've done this, or at least if you get to the point where you can fast forward through it, I would imagine. Alright, couple more. And I think in this last one.
This makes it your 6th time. To thank you for being one of our best customers. Today, you get the special service.
I see. We even get to count it as a unique side quest
Here we go.
on our list.
Ooh. Bubbles. Washing cars is fun. Shiny. Looks pretty.
Well, I can't argue with that, but
Up there.
unless we're doing some kind of rain dance spell, I don't really see how that got the car clean.
Ooh, that was fun. Come again. I'll give you the special service every time from now on. See ya.
Well, isn't that
Zach, that was some aggressive car washing. She's crazy. Like a cat in heat.
You may have liked it, but I never want to go through that again.
Well, maybe we won't need to, but we also got a lollipop, apparently. Call it an executive bonus, I don't know. But yeah, that was 1 more side quest to scratch off the list. And next, let me remember, is the graveyard. Yeah, it's on the road that goes up to the mountains, so we'll be heading over there next. Hopefully we don't need to, you know, actually put more gas in the tank, because I guess I'm not doing that right now. Didn't even touch the car. Well, she did touch the car before. I guess she found a new way of doing things. Oh shit. Jesus Christ, dude. I am an FBI agent, you know, I could have you put away for that reckless behavior.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Well, we will take a rest in just a short while as it happens. But first we need to get to this next location. And this next thing that we're going to be doing might actually be a good opportunity to try and figure out if this is going to be the first time that we show off the fact that you don't actually have a time limit for, you know, doing any of these ostensibly time limit related things, because, well, going past the time limit that's related to the hours means that you're no longer able to do it for the remainder of that day, but you can do it the next day, and since there is no day counter, it can be any time in the future. So maybe this is also secretly an homage not only to Twin Peaks and a bunch of other related things, but also to Groundhog Day, which is another movie that I've actually never seen. It's a very subtle sort of nod, you see. Not something I'm completely making up. And what we're gonna be doing over here is blow up as many fences here as possible. So we'll switch to the unbreakable wrench. So we can go along this path. And push some of these gargoyles out of the way. And by some I mean just one. Really. To this fenced off area with the rather inconspicuous, or the opposite of that, the rather conspicuous red trees. But we're not really going to comment on that at the time. Regardless. And, well, hopefully this doggo is fine when I shoot the explosive barrel. Yeah, thankfully the doggo is just gonna run off. And, however, we can find a left foot bone back here. But quite a growing collection of bones so far.
A human bone?
Oh, wait a minute. I need to... get this with the... I guess... tacit hope that there would be another 18 donor in there, but I guess not. There was one behind the log pile though, so it works out. Don't think we're actually able to, you know, open this door manually. Unfortunately, so we're gonna have to wait until later. I think there's a way to get it opened that has to do with blood stuff later, but that won't come for a while. Now what we're gonna be doing right now is have a rest. Also pick up some green tomatoes from the toolbox here. Or the, not the toolbox, just a pile of green tomatoes. This is another one of the locations where you can find one of these infinite food piles and just sleep as much as you want. So we'll be doing that. We will do moderate sleep for 6 hours, and what we see, okay. When we wake up, we'll determine what we do, and what we see is, in fact, rain, so that's good. That is what we were going for. So let's eat these green tomatoes that we just grabbed. Just chow down on them. And also the lollipop, yeah. And let's well just leave it at that. Let's grab a couple more, just to top up, I guess. I don't really need to carry any extras around, though, I don't think. And there we go. I guess we didn't quite make it to 100% fatigue, but... or you know what I mean, 100% rest, more like. But with any luck, having it at this hour and having it with the rain should enable us to go to the next place and do the thing that we want to do right now. Let me just figure out the best way to get there. That shouldn't be very far. If we take the same road to get here. This is George's house. This is Emily's house. This is where we want to go. Just gonna drop in. And just keep going down the road once we actually get back on there.
No, nothing. Just my imagination.
Only better fire up your imagination some more, York, because I get the feeling that I'm also pretty much running dry on stuff that I would want to talk about at all during these slightly protracted car rides. But if this one will be a little bit shorter than most. We're going the right way, right? I think so. We're gonna need to turn here to get where I'm going, and the answer is no. Okay, took a second longer to come into view than I thought it would. I think it matters terribly the precise time that it is when we get here, but. Where's the mailbox? First of all, take a look inside. 10mm auto bullets. I mean, I'll take those, sure. I don't think I'll be getting too much use out of those on the whole, but let's swoosh right in after we knock, of course. And have a look around. It's a nice place. Quite picturesque. And if we take a look upstairs, I'm pretty sure. Find that, and also find the trading card that she has. Is that a picture of her in like a graduation outfit? I didn't even notice that before. And well, there she is, just hanging out. In a dress. She's pretty plain in her uniform, but she'd look beautiful in a dress. Oh yeah, she would, wouldn't she? I can't imagine what that would be like. Well, anyway. Like she's having a great time in the kitchen.
So, how's the chemistry experiment coming along?
An experiment?
The blackened wall.
I'm doing my best to learn how to cook better, thank you very much.
Sorry if I touched a nerve. I just couldn't resist it.
Well, anyways, how about trying a taste for me then?
You mean a taste of this?
Well, I think it came out pretty good. But I want to hear other people's opinions so I can improve my cooking. So come on, please.
This is shocking, Zach. She's serious.
Well.
So, what do you think? Come on, tell me.
It isn't entirely inedible.
What's the best way of saying that then, Zach?
Ah, of course. It tastes like a nice try. Emily, no need to get so depressed. This dish just needs one more ingredient. You need a certain fermented dairy product, and this will be perfect.
A dairy product? What?
If we get the chance, Zach and I will bring it to you.
Then we can mix it in, and I'll try it again, okay? What do you say?
Thank you, Agent York. I won't get my hopes up too high, but I'll be here.
Hey, you know, if you can get something that's net positive over, say, the breakfast in bed scene from Child's Play, then surely there's hope for you. Well, if it happens, I have something that you might be able to use for this.
Emily, the answer is cheese.
Cheese?
Yes, surely. Just adding cheddar cheese is the only thing you need, you see. As we see demonstrated here.
This does taste good. Like something Thomas made.
I agree it's good, but this isn't in the same league with Thomas's cooking. His cooking is so precise, so delicate. I'm looking for an example here. It's like listening to classical music during tea time on a holiday afternoon. This, however, is far more wild and running free.
The two are opposite poles, really. Making yours, like... Anyway, both are edible, and that's the point I'm trying to make.
Enough. But how did you know the cheese was the answer?
I was looking at the ingredients, and it hit me. Milk, macaroni, flour, butter. You were trying to make macaroni and cheese, right?
Macaroni and cheese? Of course not. It's Italian beef stew.
Zach, have you ever heard of a beef stew with no beef in it? I certainly haven't. At least not until today.
Anyway, take this suit. While we're on the table
Agent
here.
York. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but I'm glad I managed to make something edible. Here's a little something to say thank you for your help.
And now I am mildly curious about the notion of what the consensus would be about putting... Yeah, we're not going near that. Putting beef in macaroni and cheese. Probably something that people have done. This is a kind of small town USA where even the sheriff's department closes at night. It's a totally different world from the city. I was still imagining what she would look like in a dress, because there's no way we would actually get to see that. Well, you know, that's it. Another day's work done. And since we're in the area, we can... And since we, you know, already collected the stuff that we had to collect earlier... Or that we had the chance to collect earlier, I mean. Since we did get rainy night during the initial run-through of this chapter. Let's head a little bit farther down the road. Up to George's house. We're almost done with this particular replay. And my mouse is apparently wandering to bizarre places, so I need to...
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out?
We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
Well, I need to stop speaking so I can close that. And now we're actually gonna go ahead and advance time with this, since it doesn't matter what time it is or what the weather is, I mean. Or the next thing we're gonna be doing, which is gonna be at 9 PM. At 2100. Or 1 minute after, doesn't matter terribly much here at George's place. Wonder if anyone's home. Well, let's play his house call.
George, which do you prefer, mustard or hot sauce?
You didn't come all the way to my house just to ask me that. You don't have other things you should be doing?
Of course I do. But I'm interested in you right now.
Interested? Agent Morgan, look, my mother is sick. If it's not urgent, I'd rather we did this later.
Is she very ill?
Well, I have to say, it doesn't look good.
I'm sorry to hear that. Anything I can do?
No, this is a private matter. I can't ask for your help.
You know, back in D.C., people always came to me for personal advice. I'm here to help you if you let me.
There's no need for that, Agent Morgan. Please, you need to...
Abide by the rules, right? Okay, I get it. I didn't mean to invade into your private matters.
Oh.
George, I just thought you could use a friend who wasn't a dumbbell.
Back when I was a kid, my mother really liked this flower.
Flower?
Yes. A small flower. No name. It grows somewhere here in Greenvale, although I must admit I've never seen it actually growing anywhere. I think it would make my mother happy if you could get her that flower.
George, that's good. Great idea. Every woman likes to receive flowers. You know all about that, right, Zach?
In any case, this is a personal matter. Make sure it doesn't interfere with the investigation.
Of course not, George. But I'm going to find that flower for you.
Yeah, well, that's how you're supposed to get the directive to, look out for that. But you can also just kind of notice the flower icons that show up on your map only when it's raining. But since we've already looked into that on our own prerogative, here we are.
George, here it is. The nameless flower.
Agent Morgan.
No need to thank me. I did this on my own, during my private hours. Tell your mother I hope she gets well soon.
Yeah, I'll do that. This'll make her feel at least a little better.
I sure hope so. I really do.
So here's our tit for tat.
Take this. It's an emergency police radio. If you're ever in trouble, use it, and I'll be right there.
Thank you, George.
Now, Agent Morgan, don't take this the wrong way. It's not an emotional thank you gift for helping me with my mother. I'm giving you this so we can do our jobs more smoothly, that's all.
Yeah, it's not actually entirely obvious what the radio is actually for, based on that conversation, but let alone, or let alone, no. What am I trying to say? Rest assured, yeah, rest assured that we're gonna get a lot of use out of that. Once its use becomes clear, once you actually finish the chapter replays in just a little bit and get back on track with the story, but oh my god, we just immediately zoomed out onto the road. Hold on, I need to figure out if is this Square 65? It is, okay. I'm actually gonna be heading to the Square 65 right now to do one of the last things that we're gonna do. Wait. What we're gonna do during this particular chapter replay. Pretty much the last thing that we do before we just wrap it up and go to the very quick next one, which I probably want to get done today just so I can resume.
So, where shall we go next?
At the proper point next time. There is one more chapter replay we have to do right after this one, but it should be much faster. Right now we're gonna stop by Square 65 so we can get a couple of things from here. Now the jukebox, which reminds me of Aki Kaurismäki's films. Apparently jukebox is one of his trademarks, even though I don't realize that name really. Go ahead and send these to the toolbox, because I guess I assume that however many are in that pile of cigarettes, which I assume it's a pile, I'm not even sure if that's the case. It's better to send them to the toolbox than to just dump them in our inventory and potentially lose a few. Also sell this here. Let's feel better when I'm here. Can we talk a little? If it's just a little. On the day of the incident, was Anna behaving strange or peculiar at all? Well, no, she was the same as normal. She ran out of the house saying I don't have time for breakfast. Smiling as always, and beautiful as always. She always wake up late. So what I meant, she liked to spend a lot of time on her hair and her makeup. Dreamed of going to the city and becoming a model someday. That day, I remember her saying, Mama, if I become a successful model, I'm gonna buy you a new dress. I want you to wear it when I take you out to go shopping. So I'm gonna pay you back for all the dresses you bought me. But I didn't want a new dress, I just wanted her to be safe, wanted her to be alive. Oh well. This place is the only place that calms her down. Let's leave her in peace, as she is visibly quaking in there. Well, we can pester her one more time to get another info gathering bonus. Also, Quint is here.
Yeah?
You want a drink? It's my dad's place. Someday I'm gonna be a top-notch bartender here. It's nice to see you're helping your father out. You can help raise my takings. Get a couple special cocktails that I'm really proud of. Also, Dad may have mentioned this, but we have different menus. The money ends up in the same place, so order from whoever you like. Sally always seems calmer when she's in here, I guess because my dad is nearby. She really had no one else to rely on when her husband died. When I was a kid, I didn't have a clue about Sally and my dad having a past, so I didn't like her. She was mean to my mother, but then my mother ran off with another guy. Don't get me wrong, I respect my mother and all, you know. Just that I heard her talk to Sally right before she left. Sally came to the bar and my mother said, "You can have Richard back. He isn't the same as when I stole him from you. I found a better one." She must have had her reasons, I'm sure. Well, maybe. You know, I don't really care where she is right now. Well, that was enlightening. But I guess we're not done talking either.
Yeah?
Why don't have a drink? I'm actually pretty good at bartending, you know. Well, it's just the same deal as in the milk barn where two people there have different selections. You want a drink? How about a tequila sunrise then? Mick Jagger's love affair with one of these beauties is well documented. So you're a romantic one. All men are romantic, you know. Even you, I'm sure. Ask yourself, seriously. By the way, did you see Quinn's menu? It's been a little different from mine. Well, as we've already been made aware of. This town really has changed. Here we have an FBI agent in my bar. Am I really that unusual? Of course you are. Take a look around. Don't see anyone else sporting an expensive suit like that. It's the only clothing I wear. I guess all you FBI guys dress like that, huh? No, not at all. I wear shorts all year round, and I know a few who like to cross-dress. Really, they never show them in the movies. Because it would damage their image, of course. All media representations of the FBI have to be cleared by HQ first. No? Richard, I'm kidding. I didn't think I was serious. Yeah, you got me. Surprised to hear you kid around too. Jackie isn't a very good judge of character, is he? I love to kid around, make jokes and stuff. Evidently.
Huh?
We're open even when it's raining. Most of our regulars still turn out to. Call it strange if you want. My personality and my son's cocktails make everyone forget the weather. I know exactly what people come looking for here. Well, that was a nice chat. Let's go ahead and buy the dart gun, though. That's what we came here for. And we could also have some food like jambalaya or spicy tacos. Might as well give it a try. I ate a lot and pretty much filled up, so yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and head right over to the toolbox, which is conveniently here. We're not gonna mess with the darts quite yet, though. And put away this gun that we just bought. Probably also the knife, because we're not really gonna be using that. Don't think we need to put anything else away at this time. So we'll leave things there for now. And now that we've done that, I'm pretty sure we just need to head back over to the graveyard. So we can sleep until the morning. Just like I will be doing in real life soon enough. And then we'll finally get to try out the radio.
No, nothing. Just my imagination.
I just make trails on the rain-slick road. Late at night. Safest thing you can think of. And now. We're gonna preemptively grab a bunch of these. Don't know how badly we're gonna need them. Once we wake up, I mean, what time is it now in the game? It's yeah, we're gonna sleep for 12 hours, so probably are gonna need them a little bit. Long sleep for 12 hours. Hopefully we won't be completely famished. Here, let's just munch the 3 tomatoes that we just grabbed, and that should be enough for our purposes. And now we finally get to find out what the radio is for, if we didn't even have to leave the inventory really. Selected here, using this walkie-talkie will bring you back to the facility you visited, so... For now that does include the sheriff's department and all these other places that we've already visited in this timeline, so there you go. The radio lets you teleport, so... It will be a lot easier to move around from now on. At least once we get back to the present, not quite in the remaining replay for this chapter. So now though, in order to actually get there, we need to finish this chapter replay, like I said,
Agent York.
Actually getting to the end of the tasks. So I suppose we can change suits again, but it's not really that much of a hard necessity. Just hurry along to the thing we need to do to finish, which is head down to the cell down here. Grab the key. Get back upstairs and bring it to the man's. And we should be golden.
You found the key.
And we get a good deal of extra payment from all the new stuff that we gathered during the replay, and we finally get to save again. Which might put us back at the present, or it could put us back here, so I think I will in fact do the other replay that we can do right now, which should be a lot faster. Can't teleport around yet because we did head back in time to a point before we ever headed to any of these locations, but it will be, or it should be, very simple to, head to all of them right now. Pretty much just need to go from A to B right now. Will be the extent of our drive, or of our movement. Like for example, right now we just have to, we should head to the police station first, rather. Because it'll be easier to just follow along the first turn here.
So, Zach.
Yeah, York, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't really have the, probably don't have the energy left to even... Oh. Oops. Oh well. We don't have the energy left to even think about whether, comparable spiels we could have. about movies from the 80s and whatnot. Or even older ones. Maybe I could make some kind of wild guess about what kinds of movies that he was referencing when he talked about that director that I have not heard of, I don't think. When you examine the jukebox in the bar. I also forgot to actually activate the jukebox in the bar, which plays a unique, goofy song, and only one. If we actually play it, well, I'm sure we'll be back there. I'll have another chance. Okay, so stop the car here.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? We're supposed to go through Anna Graham's file at the sheriff's office, but if you want to act on a hunch, then I'm with you.
Oh, we have come to the sheriff's office, but instead of actually going inside, we're just gonna peek. Because yeah, that's now the time to reveal that I guess the purpose of peeking into all these locations is that it adds them to the location list for the radio. So we should have quite an extensive set of locations that we can teleport to now once we go back to the present, like I said, after this final replay of this chapter. Say final as if we did a whole bunch of them, but no, there's actually another chapter later on that we'll be having to do more replays of. That's not even that far off into the future, it's part of the same episode. But anyway, let's not even done that. Going back to the other side of town so that we can go to the milk barn and do the final box puzzle. Which, with any luck, will be a pretty quick affair, because it should still be fresh in my mind.
Speaking of 80s movies.
What was the last 80s movie I even watched? I don't even know. Just trying to remember, like, what was the last movie I watched, just overall, from beginning to end. And I don't know if I can really come up with an answer there. It's been quite a long while, but I think I remember watching the movie The Howling with Jack Nicholson. Was it The Howling? It was either The Howling or Wolf. No, I think The Howling was something else. I think Wolf is the one that I'm thinking of, but it's easy to mix them up. They are both werewolf movies. The Howling might have been that movie that had like David Bowie in it or something. But I think the one I'm talking about was called Wolf. I think it was from the 90s. I recall Michelle Pfeiffer was in that one as well. She was like the main lady. And there was like one other character in it that was of note, and I cannot for the life of... oh fuck. Cannot for the life of me remember who played him. Or if it was made a particularly big deal out of, but I looked at that camera position for this particular park behind the mesh. Alright, let's head into the milk barn and let's get the final request for this particular activity.
Agent York, just the person I wanted to see.
Oh, really?
It's about our storage room again. Hun, it's a mess. But this time, the mess was caused by Keith. Is there any way I could get you to do another favor for me?
Let's get one thing straight, Lily. Just for the record, I didn't come here to organize your storage room. I came to solve a murder case. You understand the difference?
Yes, of course. But still, you're a hero who can't ignore civilians in trouble, right?
I'm just an FBI agent.
Which makes you a hero. Please, this will be the last time. Would you help me out? I'll give you this key as a reward.
Is it related to the investigation?
Maybe, maybe not. But I'll tell you once you've finished.
Zach, she's a tough negotiator. I guess that comes from dealing with your husband and the twins.
Oh, now they're just cheating by appealing to my greater nature.
Thank you, hun. The storage room is this way.
So if I recall, this one is a bit trickier, but it shouldn't be the craziest thing in the world. I'm pretty sure the first thing we want to do is push this in here. And then move this one space out of the way so that it just kind of becomes part of the structure that you can run around. And then, let me quickly remind myself where all these are. This one we're eventually going to push down here and put here, but as for this one, it's going to go up there. Now the question is... yes, okay, it should be fine. Actually, wait a minute, I might have goofed by putting that in there, yeah. You have to push, yeah, okay, hold on. Gonna have to restart, but it should be fine if I account for that one mistake that I just made. So the first thing we want to do is push this here so we can access the other one. Preemptively move this just one space up. Move this just one space down. And then... wait a minute, actually. Do I need to... never mind, I may need to push this down further, actually. But yeah, getting it in the corner first was a mistake at any rate. Okay, I should be able to push this over there. She might feel like that's also a mistake, but we can run all the way around and get to the other side of it. And now it should be smooth sailing from here. Push this all the way there. Which will take quite a bit of our pulse meter. It's quite arduous work after all. And now push this up into this corner here. And finally go to the other side of this, push it down here. Push it over there. And one space further, and we are done.
Agent York, thank you for this. Here's your reward, the key.
Yep, it's the key.
And what does this key open?
It's the key to the closet in our garage.
Closet?
Yes, and there's something in there that's really valuable to Keith. He says it's the most important thing in his life, second only to his family. I don't really see it in the same light. There are lots of other things in there too, and you can help yourself.
Which means this wasn't related to the investigation after all?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to trick you. I just couldn't think of another way to get you to help.
You're quite a woman, Lily. Only you would be able to get me to clean up that storage room 3 times, but it's a good thing. Helping people out feels good, after all.
And we FBI special agents are all living and breathing heroes. Right, Zach?
Thank you, Agent York. Don't let this stop you from coming by, will you? Keith and I both enjoy your company.
Don't worry about that, Lily. I'll be back.
Well, we're a bit of a spoiler there with that name. It's what we're gonna find, but I don't, guess we're just perfectly cool with the notion that Lily is giving away her husband's stuff. Especially his prized possessions. We'll just make our way down the road. Oops. Well, probably gonna have to back out a little bit first. Not quite enough time to, enough space to turn around there, not with this handling anyway. But before we go all the way down the road to Keith's house, which is in this direction, let's stop by the gas station and hope that we can talk to... God damn it. Talk to Jack. And hopefully don't spend a lot of time trying to feed that hope. And we could just get the special car wash again, but maybe not right now. Try to be frugal, I suppose. Does seem inconvenient, doesn't it? I don't think we can go inside either, can we? No. I say no, even though I didn't actually try it, but I shall do that now. Pretty sure the inside of that building just doesn't exist, though. They look open, but we might need to come by car for them to notice us, yeah. Don't approach this way. They won't come by at all. Well, where is the third one? Oh, okay, there it is. Is he gonna come out yet? Nope. It's like the 5th attempt in a row that we not managed to get his presence here. Unfortunately, we won't really have to do this very much in the future. Oh, here it comes. Just one more after this, I believe. Want to get information from Jack. It got more expensive again. He is kidding me? Question mark. That is not a question. Well,
I've been waiting for you, Benjamin. I've got a good one for you today. Don't go round spreading this one. I'll tell you another one when I see you again.
Well, that was certainly fulfilling. At least we do get the little set of agent honors to make up the windfall. Or something. I don't think I used that term correctly just now, but... But now that we've finally done that, let's go a little bit farther down the road so we can get to where Keith's house is. And collect this little collateral, I suppose, that we were just offered.
Tremors.
Indeed. Tremors. There's a move in Paper Mario the Thousand-Year Door called Earth Tremor that you can do. Once you have the second crystal star. I think, or is it the first? I think it's technically the first, because you use it a bunch in the second chapter of the game, if I recall. So it's a second crystal star move. The first one is the one that you're able to execute once you have the map, which is not a star itself. And you get a lot of use out of it in the earlier parts of the game, and probably just throughout, because it can give a guaranteed good distribution of damage if you execute it properly.
So this is Keith's most important possession, second only to his family. Makes sense, I guess. Greco charm. Looks like quite a sturdy instrument. I hope Keith won't mind me using this in a more violent way.
Also, yeah, the coloration of this particular guitar looks quite a bit different from the one that we saw on the trading card. But hey, we got it. The Grey Couch in hand, and with that, let's expedite the completion of this chapter by using the radio again to pop over to the police station without having to drive. This guitar should make quite a few things a bit similar, and now we just finish up this as usual, as we did before a couple of times, and that will finally place us back in the present, as we do not have to do another replay of this chapter in particular to find anything more, but like I mentioned, there is another chapter at the end of the, we can actually try out the Grey Couch here, I think, with that box. There is one more chapter in this early part of the game that we will have to do a few more replays of, but that should be in a bit. And definitely not today. I'm just wrapping up after this particular replay is gonna be finished up in just a minute. What am I doing? I want to bring out the Grey Couch so we can mash the box, which didn't even have anything inside. I believe Grey Couch is actually pretty much the strongest melee weapon you can get in this game, though. There's quite a few handy applications. It is a little bit awkward to use, but you know, it's a good trade-off, you might say. And there we go. And we got a little bit more money. Didn't quite break 10k, but that's whatever. And there we go. Now that we've gotten a new save in place, we can just resume from, you know, the present next time. But like I said, that will be next time. I guess we can... I guess we can go back to the menu and not actually be hearing the music for some reason. That's a little strange, but I guess we're gonna... We didn't change anything, but let's just do this just out of paranoia so we can get another save, I suppose. We should have a little more money, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, I guess we have to go out with the actual title. To get the music to start up again. See, what if I do that though? If I go out to the title and then... Oh, there we go. There's missing money, but yeah, we'll be jumping back into the present at a later point. Which might be tomorrow, who knows, depending on if I have time and if nothing else pops up. Probably Thursday and whatnot. Guess I'm gonna have to devote a little bit more time to this too. a bit off the table in a timely manner, which I do want to do. There's a couple more things at least that I would like to look at this particular season. So I'm sure I'll get to that in time. For now though, let me bring this other playlist back so I can find a thing or two that I can click on to make my way to the end of the stream section. And also do a quick look here and there, but yeah, Deadly Premonition is the order of the day for the present, which will hopefully not extend into the distant future, as some of these things tend to do when I am very non-punctual with them. Like I said though, hopefully not. Hopefully just proceed through it in a timely fashion by continuing along with it, but yeah, don't know how much else I can say about that. How's your dog doing? She's doing pretty alright. She's just taking some meds right now for like some skin dryness that she had that was causing her to scratch herself more than she usually did. And I think she's taking that pretty well. Anything else here that I want to click on real quick? Probably not. So with that in mind, I think I will sign off with, I guess, doing a quick raid to, what's his face there? Captain K, who is currently live and playing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which is another game that I didn't stream except for the very beginning of it, just because I could pretty much. I did spend quite a bit of time with that game and finally finished it after quite a bit of time, even if it was nowhere near 100%. Oh goodness, that is very loud. Hold on. That is actually extremely loud in relation to just about everything. I have to wonder why that is. But yeah, thanks for the almost 6 hour long stream. Yeah, I did feeling that this game might be a little bit more prone to stuff like that because of the whole replay thing. Well, hopefully not too long. Like I said, there won't be. Well, we got a few lengthy chapter run-throughs to go through in the future, but yeah, the chapter replay might be a little bit more prone to that if I decide to do more than, say, one of those in future, because you can't actually save during them, you have to complete them, but well, I pretty much chose to do the second one this time, and it wasn't terribly long, like I said. So, I don't know, I guess I'll just play it by ear in the future, as I pretty much did now. But hey, it's worth spending time with this game, it's quite a unique game. And hopefully I get to play it again soon here, so with that said though, I will say, y'all take it easy, I thank everybody for coming like always, thanks for chatting, always great whenever people chat, and I will be seeing you later.